Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, June 25th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $, ORION-NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got NASCAR Cup Series action, Ally 400 at Nashville SuperSpeedway. I was actually hoping that they would have a pre-show on FS1, prior to this is NBC, but they had a bunch of news programs on NBC, so I didn't get anything on the pre-show, but I guess I'm okay with that because we already have the guys in the cars already. They're already going around with the pace drivers, so this is good. I did not expect it to start. I know this is going to be probably like a 4-hour type of thing here in Nashville SuperSpeedway, but we didn't have a race last week because it was Faja's day. And as you can see, we got the new look, obviously, with the channel. So we're going to have all the stats. We'll be able to go over a couple different pages through ESPN and NASCAR.com, whichever ones we feel look the best, that are the most colorful and, that are going to give us the proper information. When you go to both of them, obviously the NASCAR.com one, I feel once everything gets started might be a little bit better because it's going to have more information. Some information people don't care about, but we like to be able to, know who's in what place, who's got the fastest lap, and, obviously going over, pretty much everything on that one-on-one matching up with every other driver there in the top 3 and top 5. Excited to see what we have today, and it's just nice to be able to have NASCAR Cup racing on Sunday. And then we got Dale Jr. obviously here. He's outside. He's not necessarily in the booth, but he'll be doing some coverage. And I kind of like this NBC coverage a little bit better than what they have on Fox or FS1. So let's go. I'm ready to go. And I got pictures of all the drivers still as well. And we got a couple different, things that we're going to be able to do with the camera angles and whatnot. And then we're going to get you all the stats. We'll have all the stats right here. If we want to get a little bit closer in the breakdown, I can go through all of that just like this as well. So that's not a problem here. We're trying to do a lot of versatility and add a few nice things to the stream. And then even, doing something like that. But I think with this one will be more for other sports, because if we're going to be looking at the page, we want to be able to see, especially when we're going to be having, how many we got? 36 drivers in total. So definitely want to be able to see how things kind of shake out. Chase Elliott ended up winning this race last year. Hasn't got his first win just yet. But Ross Chastain, Ally 400, his first pole in his career. So I know he cried and he was super excited. So we will definitely see Ross more than likely in the top 5 at the end of the day. Got a really good car. Tyler Reddick in second. Justin Haley. Joey Logano. William Byron. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, Ryan Blaney. Let's go Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, Ty Gibbs, Kevin Harvick, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger, Big Bad Brad Keselowski, Eric Amarola, Christopher Bell, Eric Jones, Austin Cindric, and then I'll add a few more. I think I did, what did I do? 25 out of the 36. So, any of those guys at the bottom, if they start working themselves up, yeah, we'll definitely adjust and add some new photos as well. Let's fucking go. I hope everyone is excited for today. And we also have a Dodgers and Astros, which I'll be watching at the same damn time also. So let's go. Really cool paint schemes. We didn't have a race because of Faja's day. So when you have a week off, it feels like a month. It feels like forever. So we know right now we got AEW pay-per-view coming up here in about an hour. We got NASCAR on the weekends, baseball and wrestling throughout the week until we get to football. But this is a good way to be able to spend a Sunday. And let me tell you, let's go, baby. Sarah's in the building. What's good? How are you? Let's get to 100 and donos. And I played around with the different color schemes for the ticker. And I was thinking maybe matching it with the Ally 400 with like a purple and whatnot. But I think the blue, it looked good. Sometimes when we do the tropical streams, we'll flip it up to like a seafoam green or kind of a tropical color. I used to do yellow for the, crime tape, type of look. But yeah, we'll be definitely mixing it up as we go. Tom's in the building. What's good? Let's go, baby. Ally 400. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. Hell yeah. I thought we were going to have to wait like a half hour before the race started because I had no pre-show coverage. But they said, fuck it. No pre-show coverage. NBC already had him behind the pace car. And here we go. Ross Chastain, baby. First pole in his career. I would like to see him win the race today. Chase would be awesome too. Since he won it last year and he needs to get going if he wants to be in the playoff. I don't know if he necessarily deserves it, after hurting his leg with the skiing, snowboarding mountain accident, but he hasn't been able to get into a rhythm pretty much all year. So you feel like even if Chase were to win a couple races late, it doesn't feel like he's good enough to win the championship this year. There's been guys like William Byron, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson that look a hell of a lot better. But again, anyone can get hot late, and all you got to do is win a race, get into the playoff structure, with the points and a win or two, and then it's a free game at that point. So we'll see how it goes. And I got plenty of photos for all of y'all. How's it going? How are you, Mike? And like I said, I got a couple pages here as well, so I got to decide where we're going to go. One sec here. All right, let me see here. I got to be able to make sure I get the right one. Which one do I want to use? All right, hold up here. I'm going to stop this real fast, and I'm going to try to decide which one is the best one. If you guys have a suggestion on which one that you want to do, if you guys want a ESPN, page or a NASCAR page, whatever one you think is formatted better, you let me know. I'm going through both of them right now to kind of see which one I like better. I know a lot of people end up using a page anyways, so all right, here we go. Just in front of Chase Elliott, making his 200 start in the Cup Series here in Nashville. And I'm trying to see where the other one was, because I remember on NASCAR.com they have this like other link that you can click on, and it has a lot more information. But I'm trying to figure out where the hell I found that at before on what it was. If anyone knows, let me know. But I know there's like another thing I can click on, and it'll give me a lot more information. All right, let's do this one for now. All right, let me take a quick peek here. I really want to be able to find that NASCAR, particular link to click on, because like I said, I saw it once and it has like a billion things of information on there, and I like the way that it was formatted, but we'll be here for quite some time. And you guys will let me know which one you guys like better. Daniel's in the building. Tom's in the building. Sarah's in the building. How are you guys? And then obviously with this one, it'll go over lap averages. Obviously, that was through practice. But I want that information that has it right now. Like, give me all that info. Gosh, I wish I knew what it was. This one's got qualifying, practice, and obviously what we got going on. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So like you got the ESPN page that's got it, and then he obviously got I'm just looking here right now, which one I think would look better if they actually show like the driver's face, or if we got like the car, so I can kind of see what we got going on here just for you guys and stuff. But ESPN's page. So this is the one that we got here. Let me see. This one doesn't. This is on the NASCAR one, but it doesn't really have. Hold on. So I wish they actually had like the driver photos next to their name with like their number and everything else, which would be a little bit better. And I just need to be able to find a page that's going to have everything update like live. And I don't know if this ESPN one is going to do it. So I haven't used one on here, so I just want to make sure we're getting the right one. So anyone that's coming in, that if you guys have a preferred page to be able to look at, the stats and everything that's going on, I think I would prefer to use the NASCAR one because, I mean, that's what they're about. But I need to be able to find what we're doing. Stage 1 of 3, lap 11. Yeah, I think we'll probably end up just using this one. I would assume this would probably be the one to use. All right. Well, I think this is going to be the one that we're going to do. Hope everyone is doing well. Let's go, baby. And I got plenty of photos. We're going to be hanging out for quite a bit. And like I said, I got a lot of things that we can flip over to. We got our main view, and then we'll have our, different photos that we'll go through, which is nice, right? And then we'll have our information, which obviously will be important. That'll have all that. And obviously there it'll have, what stage we're in, what lap we're in, obviously with everything else. I just wish I could find here. Let me click here. What other information is this going to give me? Anything different? I know I'll find that link at one point where it gives more of the detailed information, but for now, this one will work. So that way we'll be able to see where we're at. So let me adjust this properly. All right, we got there and we're good to go. Then I hit you with the Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott today. And I'm ready to go. Like I said, I was thinking about trying to do that Mariner game earlier today, but I wanted to be able to spend a little bit more time with, Paisley. And I already knew this was probably going to be like a 4-hour race. So it's like, shit, that would have been a long, long day. And I wanted to make sure, even though, Mariners battled all the way to the very end, you got to give the Orioles some credit. And then I got a chance to go on a long, hour and a half walk through the river with Paisley and, do some things here around the house. And I'm ready to be able to do this and watch a little bit of this Dodgers and Astros. So I got to get that link started up here as well. All right, Dodgers. Well, what other matchups are on right now? So we got Astros, Dodgers, Nationals, Padres, Diamondbacks, Giants. All right, so let me put this on. Got to watch more than one thing. And it was going to come down to probably doing, NASCAR or this particular Dodgers matchup. But I can do the Dodgers or Mariners all throughout the week, or we can do freestyle streams, which will probably just be Northwest Sports Fanatics Live. That's what we'll end up, doing it. That's what I renamed the other one. So when we end up doing freestyle streams, that's what it'll be called. It'll be just Northwest Sports Fanatics Live. And then we'll go into doing whatever freestyle that we want to do. So. But, yeah, I think, like I said, the NASCAR.com is much better than what we're getting through ESPN. So I think this is where we're going to be able to keep it. And then, and anytime we want to be able to move things around or look at things a little bit deeper, you don't need to see my ugly mug. And we can go through some more stats if anyone wants to be able to go over, certain drivers. If they don't see their favorite up there, that's not a problem. Let's go. And then we obviously have this look, but this one is usually going to be for the other streams and whatnot. But we got versatility. We can move things around quite a bit on the channel now. So kind of exciting, to be able to have that flexibility. But I think obviously when we end up doing sports, or anything that needs, information to go along with what we're watching, having this preferred is probably the number one preferred option, just so that the page is big so everyone can read it, even if you are blind or you need glasses or contacts, it's big enough where everyone can see. And we're 21 laps in of 300. And Ross's car is looking good, but again, it's his first pull, so it doesn't surprise me. And anything that you guys want to see along the way, you let me know. Top 5 right now, we got Ross Chastain, Public Enemy #1. He might be my second or third favorite driver that's currently driving. I don't have a problem with Kyle Busch or Joey Logano. Those guys are legends. They're Hall of Famers, right? And then I got Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson that I like. Chase is my one, but, I really do like Ross. Ross might end up being like my second favorite, even though he's kind of a villain and whatnot, but he's really skilled. I like his passion. Sometimes a little reckless, but, you don't really see a lot of guys that have that recklessness, but is also a good driver. A lot of times they're just not good drivers, and you know what I mean? And obviously he's not making a whole lot of friends there with Trackhouse, but I don't know. I don't know what it is about him. Maybe it's just because I like villains. I like heels in wrestling rather than faces. That's just how I always have been, and I've always been a big Dale Earnhardt guy. And I don't want to say he's the closest thing to Dale Earnhardt we got right now, because that would probably be more Joey Logano or really Kyle Busch, as far as, everyone kind of booing him because he's so great and whatnot and intimidating. But Ross Chastain in first, Tyler Reddick in second, Martin Truex Jr. in third, William Byron in fourth, and Denny Hamlin in fifth. Let's go. Just nice that now it's just like adding more and more pieces, to the stream. So it's like we got the ticker, the thumbnails are good, right? We still got the HD 4K photos. Now, you get everything that you need that maybe you weren't getting before. So, and I get it. I know some people are visual people and they want to be able to see a scoreboard of some kind or statistics of some kind, even if they're already watching it, on TV or on a stream and they already see it, but just being able to see it in multiple places wherever their eyes are at. So Paulie in the building. What's good? Yeah, I know he started real far back. So, all right, I'll be here, like I said, for the next 3-4 hours or whatnot. So again, I was trying to do a stream last night, but I wanted to spend some time with Paisley. And then I was planning on doing the Mariner game in the morning and doing 2. But again, when I woke up and, did the breakfast thing and started taking care of Paisley, I know that, she needs her dad time and she needs to be outside. She needs to exercise and whatnot. So it just wouldn't have worked because that fucking Mariner game was on early, like at 10. So, and that was where we were at the river, just kind of, hanging out and whatnot, getting our little exercise in. So 27 laps in. Chastain, Reddick, Truex Jr., Byron, and Hamlin. Let's go, baby. But anything that you guys want, based off format or anything else, let me know. You guys think another page works better? Let me know. I'm going to be using the ESPN one for probably baseball, basketball, football, and, a majority of those things, because then it'll have like the game cast where it'll just like update everything on the fly. And then I would assume, using obviously this particular one for NASCAR would be the smartest way. But again, if ESPN ends up, updating theirs to make things a little bit better, I'm all for that. The only thing that I think I would suggest on some of these things is if they had the photos of the drivers' faces on the left to the name and the number position, just right there, just boom, 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 put all the faces of the drivers on there as well. And then you could do the manufacturer, not so small, underneath the name. Put the manufacturer over to the far right next to like the crew chief, way over to that far right over. I mean, that's how I would do it, if I was formatting it and whatnot. But at least it gives us something, I guess beggars can't be choosers. But I mean, hell, if I was running the NASCAR website on this page, I mean, I'd be having the photos on every driver, not having to click on them, you know? But I hope everyone is having a fantastic weekend, and I'm ready for some NASCAR action. And I do like this NBC broadcast. I mean, sometimes the Fox and the FS1 one, you know, sometimes they're good. Sometimes I guess it just depends on who you enjoy listening to. And I did watch a little bit of the trucks and Xfinity, and they were, you know, they were spinning out pretty early, you know, in the trucks and the Xfinity. So not really sure what we're going to get with this new car and whatnot. But, I mean, we didn't have a wreck within the first 5 laps. So, but Ross's car is very, very strong. Reddick is starting to close in a little bit. And we still got Astros and Dodgers, but it's a commercial here. Tenths of a second separating the top two. Bunch of excitement down here, Junior. It's a lot of fun. I'm just looking at the other page. This other one is definitely not as good, the ESPN one for this one. So we'll definitely stick with what we have here. What's good, bro? What is good with you? We're everywhere. We're over here. We're over there. We're fucking everywhere, baby. Let's go. What's good, bro? Oh no, that's who we play next too. We gotta beat the brakes off of them. We lost 2 out of 3 to the Orioles, and goddamn, they got the Bautista, the closer, motherfucker is 6'8", like 300 pounds. He was pitching 100 to 103 at the end of the game. I was like, oh, we're fucked. I was like, there's no way. We did get a homer off Mike Ford off of him yesterday, but I was like, uh-oh. I was like, as soon as I saw him come in, I was like, we are doomed. That wasn't good, but we tried to keep it close. But Padres and Mariners, man, we're not where we want to be. Oh, I know. It was like they had 23 after the first 4 innings and whatnot. They didn't even have a positional player pitch. That was all pitchers throughout the game. And I know Shohei didn't do too good. You know, struck out a couple times and didn't really do a whole lot. And then they pulled Mike Trout, I think, in the 4th or something like that. So, yeah, that is crazy, crazy shit. I don't know if we've ever really seen anything like that. I mean, what's the excuse to give up runs that many? You know, that was crazy. Yeah, Sarah actually messaged while I was looking at that, and I was going to message a couple people, but like, oh my God, are you guys looking at this? Like, I'm not watching the game, but obviously if you're on Twitter or Instagram or on one of the feeds, you know, it comes up and whatnot. And I was like, is this an error? I was like, there's no way they have 20. I was like, I've seen, scores where you're at 12 or 15 and everything, but I was like, this has got to be some mistake. But lo and behold, the shit was true. Yeah, it was crazy. So right now, I mean, we don't got a whole lot going on. And obviously, Dodgers 1, Astros 0. I got that going on right now. I did catch a little bit of your matchup there in London, and I know you were kind of pissed off. You were like, oh, we suck. And then the Cubs were beating your ass again, right? And then you came back, though. And then about an hour and a half after that original comment, you had the lead. You hung on, and you won. So the London series is going out of the United States is kind of cool, but you definitely want to win at least a game out of the 2. You don't want to get swept. So Orioles 3, Mariners 2, Cardinals 7, Cubs 5 in London, and that ends that London series. Twins 6, Tigers 3, Phillies 7, Mets 6, Yankees 5, Rangers 3, Blue Jays 12, A's 1, Braves 7, Reds 6. Ooh, they got 2 on them. Rays 3, Royals 1, Brewers 5, Guardians 4 and 10, Marlins 2, Pirates 0, White Sox 4, Red Sox 1, Rockies 4, Angels 3, Diamondbacks 5, Giants 2, and then the Nats 8-3 over the Padres. How the fuck you lose to the Nats? Well, I guess I can't say that because the Mariners might end up losing in the next couple days and whatnot. Ross Chastain's still up front looking fucking like he's going to win this race. Very determined. First time in his career he has a pole. And honestly, out of everyone going into this race, the people that are probably the most motivated, to do well are Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain. Obviously, Chase started position was, the starting position was way back. So I don't think he's got a car to win it, even though he won it last year. Different year, different Chase, right? But Ross winning the pole. He's been very strong this year. William Byron's been great. All right, Kyle Larson's been great. Kyle Busch has been great. There's been some greatness. Some that we expected, some that we didn't. And when Chase fell back and got injured, William Byron took over. He even took over before then. But I feel like Ross is kind of due. Like he's due for a win within the next maybe 5 or 6 races. So, but for the first time getting the pole in his career, and that's a big deal. I mean, fucking Ross cried. Like, for a guy that is supposed to be the biggest asshole on planet Earth, not a lot of guys are going to fucking get emotional, but think about how many races that he's been in and just never could get the pole, never could get it. And these drivers, I mean, it's a big thing because not only is it kind of like bragging rights, but it's position. And it also shows how good you are as a driver, but more importantly, how good the car is. So if the car is this good, and we know Ross has got the skills, then this puts him in a good position to finish in the top 5 today. It just, can you keep it up and keep up in the front? So, but it's nice to be able to see. I don't have a problem with Ross. And honestly, I think he's probably my second favorite. That's, current. The guys I enjoy watching, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Joey Logano. I mean, that's kind of the greatness. And I do respect what William Byron has been able to do this year too. It's kind of cool to be able to see him go from forgotten piece, and Hendrick to, hey, I might be the best one out of all y'all on the team this year. That's pretty cool. Especially if he wins a championship this year. Martin Truex Jr. going in, Larson going in, get some tires changed. Let's go. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. So you beat them 13-3. Yeah. Yeah, dude, trust me. I know exactly that feeling. It's like, oh, good, look at us. We got 10 runs against the Yankees in 13, and then, kind of go back to reality to who we really are. But also, it depends on who's pitching. Pitching is big, depending on your momentum and who you have. Like, I feel like with certain guys, with like Castillo and with Bryce and Kirby, you get a little bit more, I feel, maybe effort, but sometimes you'll have the lower name pitcher. In our case right now, it would be Logan Gilbert, but you sometimes only get a couple Ks, but then the runs come in and you get bailed out, or you have a really good pitcher and you get no hits. So it's like, dude, I don't want to have Bryce Miller and fucking George Kirby go out there and you guys shit the bed after having a good one with Logan Gilbert. But I get, it depends on who's pitching for you and who you're going against pitching. And then what happens after the starters go out, because you could be up 5-0. Starting pitcher goes out in the 6th, and then you can lose 6-5. We've seen it happen before where the bullpen, mid-relievers, closers are just ass. So, I see Chase at the top, but that's only temporary. Angels franchise record, yeah. That's crazy. Most runs before the 4th since 79. Unbelievable. I love stats. But, let's go ahead and send him down on AAA because he's not very good, right? I mean, it's, you should already keep him on the starting lineup for, looking like he's 40 coming in. Yes, he is. Take a quick peek here. I got JD Martinez. So I got the game. I got the Dodgers and the Astros on the computer here with me. And then we got the race here in the studio on the TV. 47 laps in. Well, Alex Bowman in that Ally 48. Oh, did the Astros take the lead? I think they did. Ah, damn it. 2-1. Let's go, baby. Everyone's going into the pits right now. Yeah, but we'll do a few baseball games throughout the week, and then if we feel that we want to do like some kind of freestyle stream where there's no baseball games late in the evening, then we'll be able to do that. That usually happens around like Wednesday or Thursday. So we'll kind of play it by ear. It just kind of depends on what kind of turnout that we're going to get, what kind of potential donos and views and subs that we might be able to get on each particular stream. So we'll kind of play it by ear. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing freestyle streams over, a baseball stream if we can still, get good views and potentially get to our goal, by doing those streams. But definitely doing the freestyle stuff isn't going to get more views or subs than a game. But if we end up getting some of the GOATs to come through and we can do football or wrestling or whatever we want, I mean, I don't mind. It's just pretty much whatever you guys, want to do. But we have such a wide variety of age and fan bases. Not every individual is going to enjoy every single thing like some of us do. So I get that. All right, we're 50 laps in. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's go. Let's do it. Your boy doesn't want to eat fingernail sandwiches or air sandwiches. Yes, he did. Yeah, and I love that we got to this point. Having a week off obviously is terrible, especially for NASCAR. I mean, especially if it's kind of like, NFL, but and more so, you have to wait longer because it's not like you get Monday night racing or, Thursday night football, Thursday night racing. It's just pretty much, Saturday and Sunday, depending on if you like the trucks or Xfinity. That can kind of hold you over. But then obviously, as we know, Cup Series is going to be the best. So appreciate you. Thank you so much. $5 holla. Someone doesn't want me to eat fingernail sandwiches. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate that. Now I got to find the other one. Where did the other one go? Said I moved it. There it is. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Thank you so much. 95 to go. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you. $5. Let's get to Hondo. 95 to go. Ooh, steak. That sounds good. We got Kershaw on the screen here. Astros and Dodgers. I believe Gonsolin is pitching. And this is really the last game that's on right now for the night. So after there's nothing. So this is pretty much, for afternoon, evening stream. These are the two things that are kind of going on. All right, I'll get you some Jordan Walker.
That's a pretty tight spot. Watch this. Your Buick flexes itself. That's so you. Of course you know what we're feeling. That's so you. Oh, I got a 6 cents. And a head-up display. We're here. At the heart of every Buick SUV is you. Get 2.49% APR and no monthly payments for 90 days. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get $750 purchase allowance on 2023 Buick Encore GX models.
You remember playing with Hot Wheels as a kid? Well, they just got a whole lot.
Pepperoni pizza. Auga! My boy. Matt Payton in the building. What's good?
Great aerial views and aerial coverage brought to you by Pods. If you're moving this summer, save up to 30% at pods.com today. Thankful that the sun is shining. There was talk of the possibility of thunderstorms going through here in the
no thunderstorms, but yeah, like I said, we'll kind of play things by ear too, based on what we're looking at. But let me just grab a couple photos here for Sarah for her dono, and we'll get back right into it here.
It's good to be up here in the air conditioning. It's hot down there, but it is fun to
I am kind of curious to see what happens in that AEW pay-per-view that starts in 25 minutes. It doesn't look like the card was that good, but obviously Bryan Danielson, that match looks amazing. And then we already know what the Kenny Omega match is going to be like. That will be the best one for sure. Let me get a couple more here.
I'm impressed with Nashville SuperSpeedway. I did not think this racetrack was raced this well. The last 2 years has been incredible. And look here, look at this. This type of racing we're going to see all night long. 2, 3 wide even. AJ Allmendinger trying to work his way through the middle of this.
Just crazy that they thought that they should send him down. I mean, that shows you how screwed up everything was, with pitching and everything. And then you actually had a good piece. But I do appreciate you, and we'll get that last one. We'll get your Cardinal logo up there with it too. There we go. Now it looks good. Appreciate you. Now, how hot is it for you guys where you guys are at? You guys getting the hot weather where you guys are at? Starting to get kind of, I wouldn't say uncomfortable hot, but I got the fan on in here now. So, yeah, baby. All the pepperoni pizza. Yeah. Danielson Okada should be pretty good, but I think some wrestling fans don't appreciate Okada. So, they're not going to appreciate that match as much as they should, except the diehards will. The best match of the night is going to be Omega and Ospreay. Every time that they wrestle, they put on a 5-star match. It's like when we ended up having like Kenny Omega and Adam Hangman Page go against the Young Bucks, like in that very, very first AEW pay-per-view where it was like the best tag team match in fucking wrestling history. Like anytime you're going to get those two to wrestle together, Ospreay and Omega, and it's special. I don't even really know what to kind of compare it to. It's like Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, The Rock and Stone Cold. That's what it is to me. I mean, it's they really go all out with their bodies, and they the cool thing about them is they give you kind of an RVD vibe. You know what I mean? Where you see the athleticism, but they make it look good. It's smooth. And they have really good chemistry. They sell good for each other. It's like the closest thing to like an RVD type of wrestler that I've seen in the modern day, besides like Ricochet. You know what I mean? Ricochet is pretty amazing. The bastard Pac, Neville, he has some of that crazy high flying skill set. Sammy Guevara as well. But something about Omega and something about Ospreay when they work together, that one's probably going to be the best thing of the pay-per-view, I would assume. 81, 77, 95. Wow. Thank you, Odin son. I appreciate you. My guy. Thank you, man. I really do need it too. Yeah, you really definitely have a strong appreciation and gratitude. You see a lot of these people that got, jobs that, pay $20, $25 an hour, and you're working however many hours, 8-hour days, 40 hours a week, and this and that, and just to be able to do my dream and do my I don't need to be rich by any means. All I need to do is just be able to get by. That's what's important, to keeping the legacy going. $20 holla, my boy Odin son. I appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $20 holla. Thank you, my boy. Bang, baby. Thank you. Appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, he did 20 for us yesterday too, which really means a lot. 25. Let's get to a hundo. I mean, I'm really wanting to try to get to a point where I don't have to do another piece of work while having to do all the reading and the film and Paisley and doing this. But we'll see. But if I do something, it's not going to be full time. It'll only be part time. Like 1 to 3 days a week. But I guess I have to decide if I do that, what do I do? Do I stay home and do something from home for 1 to 3 days a week, or do I try to go somewhere and actually like talk to people and go that route? So. All right, we're in stage 1. And I hope, as I'll kind of do a trial and error, and we'll kind of test things out and whatnot. But I mean, I know NASCAR views overall are down as a whole, but I guess it just really depends on where we're at with who's in the room, and then where we're at on possible views, subs, and donos with the NASCAR streams. Because I mean, shit, if we're doing baseball a few times a week, and then we're doing a couple freestyle streams, mixing in a NASCAR stream on a Sunday ain't gonna kill anybody. You know what I mean? And usually they'll have a baseball game on at the same time that I'll be watching anyways, like I'm watching right now. I got Houston and Astros and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Houston up 2-1 here on the computer, and then we got this race here, and this is gonna be a long one. This will be about a 3.5, 4 hour. I mean, I think they had it slated for 4 to 8 o'clock. So. Damn, Reddick right there. And he just passed him. Wow. Reddick with the pass. I didn't know if anyone was going to get there. He said, it's me. It's me. The R-E-D. Okay, Reddick, I see you. Reddick in first. They're going to be battling. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I ended up watching a little bit of a Collision. Collision feels like a whole nother program. It's like at first, I didn't like the theme song, but obviously it's Saturday. And so, okay, I was like, all right, I get it, but it like with the ropes being a different color and the way, and then they had their little like promo where each guy talks in the beginning. It's different, but it's kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to get as much wrestling out there, but you want to be able to have quality. But again, storylines are going to be good and bad with both companies, WWE, AEW. Some pay-per-views are going to be good. Some are going to not have a whole lot, so. But like the MJF, title defense, like that could have been someone better. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to get the wrestling fans excited and whatnot. Like, and obviously I know we're going to have certain types of booking for certain matches and whatnot, but. Yeah, but it's not worth, I think, buying that particular, pay-per-view. I don't know if it's particularly worth buying, for just like a couple good matches, like $50 for like 2-3 matches. I got to have more on the card than that. So, yeah, Collision isn't like, it's a Saturday show, so it's already going to be a hard thing for them to be able to get probably really, really good ratings. Plus, you're not having the full roster. It's like you have that show for CM Punk. So it's not like you're going to have the Young Bucks on that show. You know what I mean? More than likely. So, you got all that drama and everything. So, I mean, it's cool that we have 3 shows, but Rampage and Collision are typically, B- C shows, just like NXT, and then you just got to hope that Raw, SmackDown, and Dynamite are A and B shows. But sometimes those shows miss and are like a C. So that's just the reality. Money in the Bank is next weekend. Good. That'll give us something to do for next weekend. What day is it on? Saturday or Sunday?
Youth football is all about swag, style, fun. 3 things 800 miles.
Okay, I think I found it finally. Okay, raw feed. That's where I was looking for where it was. I was like, okay, because I had the other page up, but it didn't have everything I wanted. This is the one I was looking for. I don't know why it took me so long to be able to find it, but this is the one that I wanted. The raw feed. I got to go back to that. Where did I go? Where are you, raw feed? I just had you. But that raw feed is the one that I wanted. All right, where do I? Saturday. Okay. Yeah, Odin's son always helping out whenever he can. A G. Oh yeah, and he's, you know what the crazy thing is, out of all those guys in DX, he is like still, I don't know if he's roiding, but he still kind of looks like it. You know, like he hasn't lost a step. Like he still is yeah, he's like a manager, you know, out there, but they have him wrestle sometimes out there, and he actually doesn't look any different as far as like moving in the ring and his muscles. Like, you know, like you've seen like X-Pac and Road Dogg and Triple H, you know, and obviously China has passed away, but like everyone kind of got old, you know, and Billy Gunn is, you know, still working out like a madman, you know, and I assume he's still doing steroids and PEDs, because if he's not, he's in like one of the fucking best shapes I've ever seen for like an old school wrestler. But a lot of times you're probably doing like the protein powder and other things probably, but we'll have to kind of, you know, wait and see down the road to see what we're talking about there with him. But all right, where did I find that? Where did I just have that? Oh, here we go. Raw feed. Live raw feed. There we go. This is the one. This is the one I was talking about at the very beginning.
Season so far in the Cup Series. It's a new team building, improving. These are the runs that they need out of their 2 drivers. They had a great qualifying.
Yeah, this one has all the information. Laps, last lap, best time, best speed, best lap, last pit. That's the shit that I want to see. Like, as I was like, okay, now this is the first time that I've actually, you know, wanted to use a page, but the other page is too bland. It doesn't have as much information, you know, and this one is exactly what I was looking for. So. Well, now I know raw feed. So now I know exactly where to go to find it. So. Yeah, I didn't. Did you watch any of those at all, Elliot? Yeah, and like I said, Tom, or anyone that is a hardcore NASCAR, you know, fan, or even if you're not, if you have a better page that you would recommend, I mean, you know, no, I would assume NASCAR.com is going to be the #1 place to go, because they're going to care the most and put in the most with their graphics and their stats, you know, based on this sport, right? And then for basketball, baseball, football, hockey, I can use the ESPN Gamecast where it'll update on its own. Home runs are hit, little fireworks come up, and everything keeps updating on its own. So those will be perfect for that. They do have an ESPN page for NASCAR, but it's kind of bland. It doesn't give me enough. And then even with the little NASCAR, small little ticker, lap to go, green, and it has like what place the certain, it wasn't enough, and I was like, I remember back, seeing a page and I was like, I couldn't remember what the name of it, but raw feed. And this one is sweet because again, it gives you the manufacturer. It would be cool if they would have had pictures for the drivers on the far left, a little tiny picture for each guy, but fuck it. I guess I can be the one that puts up the pictures, if we need to go that route. But then that gives you laps, last lap, best time, best speed, best lap, last pit. I like that. And then if you go down here on the second part, number denotes rookie. And then you see all the leaders and the lead changes down here on that second graphic towards the bottom too. So, and then they got the cautions down there also. So awesome. Well, I'm just glad I found it. But this will be the one that we'll use when we end up, doing this particular stream. So we go boom, and then we go boom. We want more stats. We can go right there. And then there we go. All right, perfect. All right, 2 to go for stage 1. Pretty clean race to start off, if we're being very honest. And then I got the Dodger game on also here on the computer versus the Astros. Looks like Mookie went yard. Or was that like a previous day? Oh, that must have been yesterday. 2-1 Astros, bottom of the third. Mookie is up. Fouls it back. And again, if I didn't do this NASCAR race, that Dodger game is what we would have done. So yeah, that one thing about AEW that I do like over WWE is that being able to do like the crossover events with like ROH, NJPW, you get a little bit more of a Japanese feel with like Collision and, with Dynamite and Rampage, where you're getting a little bit more crossover events to get some of those Japanese and some of those people that are in NJPW, ROH, or other federations to kind of cross over. I think that's cool. WWE doesn't really do that. They just kind of work with their own and whatnot, but I like being able to see some people and, maybe that I normally don't get to see wrestle and, see them match up either against each other or a combination of the AEW roster. First caution.
Chase Elliott, 6th in stage 1. Once again, a great event from here at Nashville SuperSpeedway. We'll brush the wall there on the 12th. Ryan Blaney, how about a brush with a ball? Yeah, that's in the infield here.
I'm just seeing if I can minimize this page here.
Says we need to buy out the trucks, please don't give it back. How are we going to run a business without a truck? How are we going to run a business without a truck? We can't.
So let's figure out a plan to keep you guys on the road.
Coffee, Greg? Thank you. Can Adam have a cup too?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors.
This is 2024 Chevy Silverado HD with Duramax diesel. And the Chevy Silverado with powerful TurboMax engine. No matter what route you take, there's a Chevy truck to get you there. Find new roads. Northwest Wires get one.
TJ Perkins.
2023 Silverado 1500 LT TurboMax pickups, or get 4250 total cash allowance when you trade in.
Does he still have the video game intro that he had from a long time ago, where it was like Nintendo music that he would come out to?
Delicious, comforting. But by the third and fourth cup, you're stuck.
Yeah. Okada's great, but Danielson.
That sounds like you.
But I don't know. We'll see what route they go, depending on who wins between that. I mean, whoever wins or loses between Okada and Danielson and Ospreay and Omega, it's not going to matter. It's just going to be a sensational match. So
learning new things, or restoring old ones. How about building a business?
Seeing if I can adjust this. Hold up.
Or starting a new chapter? Wherever you're trying to go, we can help you get there. On point.
All right, one sec here.
Are the point.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save your auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit Progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank, a credit card company. Sold out crowd here at Nashville SuperSpeedway. All smiles on the face. You know that fan right there. Ally hat as the cars on the pit road and headed toward you, Kim.
Top left, Mark Truex Jr. Fourth place finish in that stage, but he said I'm disconnected in the rubber. I cannot carry momentum. The left rear getting a little bit squirrely. Four fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for Truex, Dave.
Hamlin gets up fifth position. He said it was migrating just the same as the first one, but a little bit worse turning in the middle of the corner. Marty.
Playoff point in the books for Tyler Reddick. He said he's loose on throttle, and also a mention of brake shake, which we heard earlier from another car as well. I stopped by that bunch also up on the pit road. Ross Chastain said his car 2-3 on exit, but the best stop, William Byron and his team showing why they've been number one on pit road. They lead with the lead.
William Byron's team getting it done. The 24 gets to that line before the 1.
Reddick, Chastain, Byron, Truex, and Hamlin. 68 laps in. Pretty clean race so far.
Dude, what are you doing? I'm protecting my car. That's too much work. WeatherTech is so much easier. Laser measured floor liners up here, seat protector, and cargo liner back there. Nice. Out here, side window deflectors, and mud flaps, and the bump step to keep the bumper dent free. Cool. It's the best protection for your vehicle, new or pre-owned. Great. Oh, where do I order? WeatherTech.com.
There's a new breed of Hornet sweeping the nation.
So powerful and fast, and unlike anything I've ever seen in my whole entire life.
These Hornets are not natural. They're engineered. They cannot be domesticated.
Are you picking this up?
Let me feel your sting!
Taking the country by swarm. The all-new Dodge Hornet.
Byron's going to be first.
Just visiting a special secret client. Can't say who it is. Well, let's just say
Yeah, he does have a good crew.
Dream house and her dream car.
Yeah, don't know what to tell you, Sarah. You already know what it is. Some people are loyal to the soil, and some people are going to come through, and sometimes people, not everyone likes NASCAR though. We have, we got to be able to, we do everything here. But like I said, the majority of the channel is built off NFL and wrestling fans. So, if we do NASCAR, if we do baseball, we do hockey, we do basketball or college hoops, some of the regulars are just not going to show up, or they'll show up after the event is over, or maybe they'll stop by. But obviously football is the easiest to watch. You have NFL and college football, and like when we do our, like wrestling pay-per-views. But I would say besides football, that's going to be one that's the most universal where everyone will show up, but if it's not college football or really the NFL, because even college football, not everyone watches that either. Even hardcore, diehard NFL fans, some don't watch college football, which I feel it's kind of a little weird, but it is what it is. But, there are a few select of us that, like everything, that we do the NFL, the college football, the wrestling, regardless of what federation it is, AEW or WWE. And then, NASCAR and NHL and NBA and MLB. It's, you have to have some other connection to get into those. It's not going to just come naturally like football or wrestling. Now, that Chicago street race is going to be sweet. Well, at least I know now for that Raw feed this will be the one that we'll end up using. So sometimes you just got to be able to find the right size, the right graphic. But this was the one that I remember seeing. I can't remember how long ago, but I was like, where is it? Kept looking for it and looking for it and looking for it, but it doesn't even come active until the race starts. So that's why I couldn't find it before. So, but we got it now.
And right now, Parker Kligerman is actually at the course. And Parker, what has amazed you so far since you've been to the course today?
Well, Rick, as you can see right now, it was actually pretty nice. And then just as we started this, it started downpouring here. But behind me, you can see the beautiful skyline, and it really gives you
Chicago.
how this track is deep in the heart of Chicago. And right now, I'm standing in what's called the President's Paddock Club, which is an Ida B. Wells Drive, which leads to sort of the entrance to the city. And actually, it's at the end of where turns 8 and 9 are on this 12-turn course. And it's fitting.
When is this Chicago race? Is it next week?
First ever street course race, because back in 1895, the first ever major auto race in America was held here in Chicago, to Evanston. And that Chicago, it was 54 miles. It took 10 hours and 23 minutes. I'm no rocket scientist, but I think the races on Saturday and Sunday will be a little faster than that. And I can tell you, it is palpable, the enthusiasm that this city has for this racetrack. As I walked around here today, you could see fans and people taking pictures of the course being set up, the grandstands, all the event atmosphere.
So yeah, it is. So the street race in Chicago is on Sunday, July 2nd. Ooh, that'll be wild.
Getting us a little preview of what we're going to see next week. Oh, it's going to be so awesome. A few quick updates. The 4 and the 8 both caught speeding, and AJ Allman.
Byron.
Spots with a slow pit stop. Go back to the start of stage 2. And William Byron with that great pit stop. He's up front with Ross Chastain on his outside.
Might be 3 wide here off of turn 2. Let me trigger to the inside. Ross Chastain on the outside of Byron. Little contact right there. Byron,
Right, we're 98 laps in.
Chastain surging ahead on the high line, but here comes Truex Jr.
Ooh.
on the inside, right in the middle. The 24 of Byron.
Look at this racing at this racetrack. This is incredible for the lead. 3 wide for almost a full lap.
Chastain with the advantage when they go into the turn, but then Truex Jr. is at 19. William Byron fighting back in the middle.
Still 3 wide. Finally, Truex backs out, but back to the throttle to the inside. 3 wide for fourth, fifth, sixth.
That's Christopher Bell in the 20. That's holding on to fourth right now, but still the fight for the top position.
So a corner right now for the spotters. Bigger line from you, 3 wide, whether the top, the middle, or the bottom. You have to get each other around, especially on corner entry.
No one giving an edge.
This is crazy.
Now the 24, surging ahead of the 19. And can he clear the 1? He doesn't. Here comes Ross Chastain on the outside again.
As they sidetrack each other, slowing down a little bit to 19. He's going to clear both. Got the way about it tight on the exit of the corner. He got up the racetrack. Ran the 1 up the racetrack. That slowed both of them.
Astros up. Uh-oh.
Truex Jr. jumps out front. 2 wins already this season. The last 6 races. As a matter of fact, he's been one of the hottest drivers in NASCAR, not only this year, but over the
3 wide, baby. Truex.
winningest driver.
Ross trying to go after it. Gets a little tight again. 2, 3, and 4 loses the position. Byron there, the 24. Byron down into turn 1. Trying to go after Truex. Truex won both stages here last year. Was fast all night long. Didn't get the win. He wants to come back here trying to do it tonight. While these 2 right here, Byron, Chastain continue to battle.
Tyler Reddick trying to put that 45 back in the picture.
12 of Blaney trying to work his way up through, possibly into the top 5 side draft to that final Larson. Battling hard on the outside. Fours just haven't been that strong of late.
Had to refresh the page. I was like about to switch it to a different thing. I was like, are you going to update or what? All right.
Have been able to find victory lane for This fight continues as
Yeah, because it still had like Ross or Byron up there before. I was like, okay, I got to refresh this thing a couple times. But now everything is updated. Probably there'll be a little bit of time. Maybe I'm just used to like ESPN Gamecast, you know, where it updates pretty fucking fast. But all right, leading the race, we got Martin Truex Jr. in first. William Byron in second. Ross Chastain in third. Tyler Reddick in fourth. And Christopher Bell in fifth. So Truex, Byron, Chastain, Reddick, Bell, Hamlin, Blaney. I was about to say, where the hell is Chase at? He's in eighth. Larson in ninth. Busher in 10th.
Outside Alex Bowman in that Ally 48. Right up against the wall there. Bowman not happy about that. Bowman into the door, hand out the window. Hey man, come on, give me some room. My goodness. Bowman is already coming here with a chip on his shoulder because he got wrecked out this race early last year. He talked to me about that. He's like, I'm ready for something good to happen. Look at that. AJ, remember he had that bad pit stop, came out 20th. He took it back up to 11th. AJ is a little hand signal out of AJ there too. AJ's a little high-headed. He don't like that. Well, this is a good time for spotters. Look up there at the top. 108 laps, 300. Hey, guys, calm down. Long way to go. I know you're mad. Final work to do. What makes that even tougher is that Exeter Turn 4 has a bump. So look right here at the 48. I mean,
Gosh, I wish I had a link for wish I had a link for that race. Oh, Chief, what Chief just sent me. Oh, Burger Boy.
Yeah, the battle continues, and that's the frustration for Alex Bowman. Put back to the restart. His father, Kevin Hammond, you mentioned, Jeff, his father need to get in and calm the situation down. So we can't play, quote, nice guy teammates. They pushed Chase Elliott, so he gave up too many spots. And then he reminded them after that battle with the 16-8. Long way to go. We have a great car. Don't waste it now, Ken.
And the book mentioning AJ being a little bit of a hothead behind the wheel, and that also carries over to the feedback he gives to his team.
No major wrecks or anything so far. Pretty clean race here in Nashville SuperSpeedway. Truex Jr., Byron, Ross Chastain, Reddick, and Bell. I mean, I'd be very shocked if we see Ross out of the top 10 at any point in this race. Car was very, very good, and he won his first pole ever in his career. So got pretty emotional about it. Like I said, if I could end up seeing two people win, I wouldn't mind if Ross wins today, but it would be cool to see Chase Elliott get that dub and get over that hump. All right, I need to go back to that Dodger game real quick. Imagine they're still down. Oop. Oh, 4-1 still. Damn, that's not good. MJF and Tanahashi. The Tanahashi matchup was a little weird. It's like, I don't really understand why that, why would you go that particular route? But But at least there's other matches on the card that should be much better than that. So you got to be able to put MJF in good matchups, you know, otherwise the title reign doesn't mean as much. You want to have meaningful title defenses, not ones where, you know, the guy has zero chance of winning. Oh. Adam Cole. Who is he supposed to match up against with?
Moving this summer? Join the 6 million families who discovered a smarter, more flexible way to move with Mods. Save up to 30% off at mods.com today.
Wow, beautiful track there in Nashville.
What a crowd, Rick.
Yeah, man. I got to get myself to a race before, like on my bucket list. I got to get to some. All right, 115 laps in, 185 to go. 116, 117. Oh, Lawler, yeah. I haven't really seen a whole lot of him. I don't really know how good of a matchup that would have been, but it just seems like the pay-per-view. I mean, you know how much I love AEW, but it just kind of seems like it was thrown together. Like you got to be able to build up the storylines and, you know, build up the feuds. And like I said, it just seemed like kind of an incomplete pay-per-view when you're looking at it on paper. And we've said that about WWE in the past as well. And I feel like AEW won during COVID, but now with Triple H kind of taking over and Vince maybe taking a little bit more of a step back, it seems like WWE is in firm control, you know, week in and week out of a little bit better of a product. We know NXT most of the time to me is garbage. Rampage sometimes is garbage. Collision maybe will be boring for some, you know, but it's just brand new. They're only into their second show, you know, but I do like it's a little bit different from Rampage and Dynamite. But so it's like pretty much you got Raw, Dynamite, SmackDown, you know, but again, even those three shows, the prime A shows, sometimes they're not very good either. It just depends, you know, on the booking, the writing, the actual matches, you know, the you know, promos, you know, the whole presentation. The presentation for the AEW pay-per-view looked kind of cool, though. I saw a couple screenshots from fans, you know, that were there, and it looked pretty sweet that they put some time into it. Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be one of those people that I do love AEW, but again, just like me not being biased, if something I love isn't good, you have to admit it. You can't just be, you know, acting like it's so awesome when it really isn't. I mean, I guess you can. That's what a lot of people do on the internet, you know, and like the wrestling community on the internet, which is a lot of people are toxic on the wrestling community, you know, very opinionated and biased, and some know wrestling, some fucking don't. Yeah, but you know, every once in a while you'll get a good Rampage or a good NXT, or we'll maybe get some good collisions, you know, here and there. But I just appreciate being able to have wrestling many times during the week, regardless of, you know, wrestling is wrestling. If it's good, it's good. But, you know, to be able to have it sprinkled in, you know, 4 or 5 times a week is awesome, especially when we're in a point right now where we have baseball on 7 days a week and then we just have NASCAR on Sunday until we get to football season. You know, and then obviously basketball will be reintroduced. NHL will be reintroduced. College basketball will be reintroduced. But it'll really be about the NFL and college football season. So.
This is the 48. Tell him 16, he's not happy. We've seen him going at it. You know, one thing about this car, I noticed is
122 laps in.
Run other drivers out of the groove more than they have in the past. It's become a way to drive these race cars.
Leading right now, Martin Truex Jr. in first. William Byron in second. Tyler Reddick in third. Ross Chastain in fourth. Christopher Bell in fifth. Where's Chase at? Chase is in seventh. Kyle Larson is in eighth, so they're feeding off each other right there. They're still in the top 10. That's a good sign. Where is Kyle Busch? 17th. We got to get Mike back in the room. Maybe the Kyle Busch will do better if he's in here. And then Joey Logano is 19th. So that's a little surprising to see Busch and Logano so far down, but still got a long ways to go. Yeah, but I hope that the NASCAR, community, and I hope things get a little bit better, because again, I can do, the baseball games over this, but I mean, if, we only have this once a week, it would be nice to be able to share this with, other fans and whatnot. But, if, the people aren't going to appreciate what we do on this end for this, then I guess then we just won't do it. You know what I mean? And we'll just do baseball instead, or a freestyle stream, but it's kind of like a trial and error to see, what we're going to be able to get. So. No, I agree. Yeah, it hasn't been very good. Wow, nice. Christopher Bell was in 20th. Now he's in 5th. Nice. You still got Ross, obviously, on the pole in 4th. Would like to see Chase and Kyle get up there into the top 5 if possible. But pretty clean track, not a whole lot of wrecks or anything, so. Yeah, the title defenses, it just they need to be better, and they're it's like if you're gonna put MJF in kind of like that Roman Reigns position, you got to make sure that the matchups are good, and not only that, there has to be a real sense that MJF could actually drop the belt, you know what I mean? Otherwise, that people aren't gonna buy in to the storyline in the matchup. It's got to be like MJF and Bryan Danielson. Then it's like, okay, legitimately you got, another guy that's a Hall of Famer that, might end up getting, the belt, even if they're going to keep it on, MJF's waist. But, I don't know, just doing MJF versus, certain Japanese wrestlers that have, that like there's no chance that, a lot of these people that are wrestling him are going to win, unless it ends up being like a John Moxley, Dean Ambrose or a Bryan Danielson or, Hangman Page or Omega or something like that, It's like you got only about like 5 guys. Like even when you're doing like Darby Allin and Sammy Guevara and, you're doing like the 4 pillars. We already knew what was going to happen there. He's not going to drop it to any of Jungle Boy or Darby Allin. They're too small. They're like cruiserweights. It's like, I mean, shit, even MJF is kind of like maybe a middleweight more than like a heavyweight at the, But I don't mind, like the Orange Cassidy and the Darby Allins and, kind of the smaller wrestlers, the Jungle Boys, because I actually do like those 3. But it's just, I don't know. It just maybe they need to, reposition, different title offenses for, I'm not saying they need to come up with some more belts or whatnot, but sometimes there's just too many wrestlers, not enough belts and recognition. So. Yeah, well, it's like MJF. We know he's great on the microphone, but his skills in the ring don't necessarily match how great he is on the mic. It's like when Rock and Stone Cold were on the mic, it matched what they did in the ring. With MJF, he's on the mic. His mic skills are like a 10, just like Rock and Stone Cold, but I feel like his performance in the ring is not a 10. A lot of times it's like, 7 or 8. Every once in a while, it'll be a 9. and whatnot. But a lot of times his wrestling skills don't get close to the mic skills. The mic skills are a billion, but where are you wrestling wise? You better be at like a 9 wrestling wise if you want to be like legend. But it's like Roman Reigns too. He was horrible on the mic. You had to have someone talk for him, just like Brock Lesnar with Paul Heyman, right? But in the last, this bloodline era run, Roman, has got to be, a little bit more edgy, a little bit more himself, and maybe a little bit more heel. And it's been good for him in his career, because if you look at where he was when he first started off with the Shield, he couldn't cut a promo at all. And at least now, he actually is, I wouldn't say the best, but I would say he's a hell of a lot better than what he was when he first started. So. Adam Cole. Yeah, but it's just a problem with, a lot of these guys in AEW, they're undersized. You know what I mean? A lot of them are like lightweight to cruiserweight size. Adam Cole, Jungle Boy, Darby Allin, it's like even if they give Sammy Guevara the belt at some point, it's like a lot of these guys are like, they would be like European champion or, hardcore champion, or maybe at the very most IC champion on the WWE side, like they're just too small. That's why if you're going to have someone smaller, it's got to be like Bryan Danielson, or it's got to be like Kenny Omega as a champ, or, like someone of that nature. But they've already kind of given the belt to all those people, Jericho and, Hangman Page, Omega, Moxley. All right, Kyle Busch. Finally, I get to see a little Kyle Busch in here. Everyone's going into the pits. Yeah, and I like the guys that are smaller, maybe a little bit more reckless. Like I said, it shows you. You got to think. AEW, took a chance, on like smaller and middle-sized wrestlers, where WWE looks for the people that are on roids and they're big. A lot of them and whatnot. And they think about if you had Darby or Jungle Boy or any of these other guys that are like tiny, in WWE, besides Adam Cole, because he was such a good performer on the microphone with catchphrases in his theme song. That definitely helps. If you can get a good theme song and, have people chant things while you're, doing your intro and whatnot. But a lot of those smaller guys in WWE would be nothing. They'd be cut. What role would they have for those type of guys there? They would not be appreciated by the WWE universe. Uh-oh, someone lost a wheel. Who is that? Caution. Oh, no. Is that Reddick? Oh, no. Wheel is completely. Oh, shit. The wheel is just not even there, man. That's wild. Get that tire.
We talked to NASCAR earlier this weekend. They mentioned if the tire comes off on pit road, it's a different penalty than if it comes off on the racetrack. Yeah, but he was right there on the entrance to pit road. Well, yellow be yellow. I would say they said it was on pit road. Let's take a look right here.
Let's look and see what Reddick's got going on here. Oh, shit. And he spins out. And then it pops off. Oh, and it just pops off. Holy shit. Damn, that's tough. He was sitting there in the top 5 too. Wow. I was just about to say, Tom. Oh no.
Well, you see the air's out of the wheel, so as that wheel is bouncing, you can see as it comes loose, the brake rotor and caliper actually cuts the aluminum.
It's crazy how good these pit crews are too. When you can, have this like horrible thing happen. At least there wasn't like a lot of body damage and whatnot, and the car is up high enough where you're not going to have the rotors and you're not going to have the wheel well and everything exposed, where you're going to have all kinds of sparks and everything in there. But definitely have to make up some laps, make up some position. Damn, 33 laps too. Definitely a contender. He was doing good. But that doesn't mean that he's like completely out of it. I mean, we still got half of the race to go. It doesn't look good at this point, but we've seen much worse than this, and people come back from this. So. How many laps behind is he? 2? I mean, his car has been pretty good until that last little hiccup where the tire flew off and whatnot. But, I mean, his car has been fast. I mean, it's not like he's going to be staying down with the rest of the, bottom 10. Yeah, I still think he'll be able to move up until, the upper half of, the top 18. It wouldn't shock me if he gets him in the top 18 sooner than later. But at this point in 35th, tough. Remember when he started off the year like really, really slow and he had like DNFs and he was wrecking, and it just was like, this guy's way too good to not win races, let alone not finish in top 5, top 10, or, here and there. And then he finally started getting things going. But Astros 4, Dodgers 1. Bottom of the 4th. Yeah, this race has actually gone kind of quick. I mean, we're already halfway through. I thought it was going to be more of a 4-hour race. It looks like it might be closer to like a 3-hour race. But hopefully we can get some more goats to come through and hang out. I get it. Not everyone loves baseball or NASCAR, but yeah, hopefully the Dodgers can come back. It's 4-1. I mean, they got the bats to do it, but again, a lot of teams this year don't have 300 hitters, and it's a lot more difficult, I feel, right now to adjust all to the smaller bags, no shifting, penalties, for the pitcher and the hitter. And I don't necessarily think pitching is better. I think it's just an adjustment for a lot of these hitters, and a lot of hitters are chasing. So it's not necessarily the pitchers are giving you incredible explosive stuff. Some of them are, but
Silverado 1500 LT Turbo Max pickups, or get 4250 total cash allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
What's stopping you from learning new things or restoring old ones? How about building a business, going exploring, or starting a new chapter? Wherever you're trying to go, we can help you get there. On Point, people are the
Houston 4, Dodgers 1, bottom of the 5th. What kind of question you want to be asked, brother? Brother?
to support housing affordability solutions for families across America.
Popped up. Yeah, Astros seem like they're in firm control of this game so far.
Doing gets it done. Wells Fargo, the bank of doing.
I'm going to take a look at tomorrow real quick to see what we got on the slate. Brother. I don't know. Give me some updates on anything Oregon Ducks or, recruiting or anything NFL. If you got anything on that college football side with the Ducks or anything on the NFL side, feel free to type it in the chat or discuss it, brother.
You see it. This car is past the here should be the lesser of the two penalties. I believe Tyler Reddick is going to have a tail end penalty because it's under yellow. He also is going to have, the double tail end penalty.
All right, Luis Castillo is pitching tomorrow. Crazy that he's got a 4-6 record with a 2.89 ERA. I mean, at the very least, he should be 6-4. But we'll be doing the Mariner game tomorrow against the Nats. That'll be at 6:30 tomorrow. And then we got Woo. So we might do Mariners on Tuesday. Wednesday, the Mariner game is on early for Logan Gilbert. And do we have anything good in the evening? Dodgers and Rockies, possibly. Yeah, so on Wednesday and Thursday, we might do some freestyle streams there. And then we got the Rays with Bryce Miller on Friday. So we're probably going to go Mariners, Nationals Monday, Mariners, Nationals Tuesday, possibly freestyle streams on Wednesday and Thursday, and then Mariners and the Rays on Friday. 25 cars on the lead lap. No updates on college football or NFL. I mean, it's slow. Not a whole lot going on. Tyreek. They just need to get somebody better than Tua at quarterback. I mean, how many more big hits and concussions and stuff before he has to retire? I'm going to go check up on Paisley here real quick.
It's that extra half second, that extra fraction of a second to get that lug nut tight. When you run like these guys have run, you can't afford these mistakes. These are mistakes that take you out of scoring those 10 points for winning that segment, scoring those 9 extra bonus points.
It's just like we're kind of in a dead zone. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like NASCAR and you don't like baseball, what else is there? Wrestling. And if you don't love those three, it's what is everyone doing? Maybe drinking or going to movies or going out and whatnot, All right, let me go check on Paisley here real quick, and I'll be right back.
You see it at Daytona, you see it other places, but on a 1.5 mile racetrack on this mid-range superspeedway, very rare. I was on the edge of my seat, and I know you were too. Yeah, sure was.
Well, we were as well, as they're now choosing inside or outside lines for the restart. Dave.
Kyle Busch is back in the mix. Here's a discussion with his team.
We got a good car. I'll make that car. You're doing a great job out there, right? Yeah, no car. Get nothing behind. We'll keep marching along. Yes, sir. Doing a great job.
Little positivity there between crew chief Randall Burnett and Kyle Busch. 15th now as they go by the choose line and within striking distance of the front.
Dave, there are things in a race that can really change your outcome to the good or the bad. That was a situation right there where 2 drivers in cars, the 6 of Keselowski, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, that caution came out at a perfect time. The 6 was 18th, the 23 was in 22nd. Look where they run it down. They had not pitted, so that was a huge game to these guys. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. So the 11 and the 19 lead lap, 6:23 lead lap, 24 lead lap is a free pass. The 2 is a lap down. This is a very rare occasion, so the field's a little mixed up. What you need to know, the gift cards on the front row, that's for the lead of the race.
Come back to the restart zone. Again, race leader Mark first into the gas.
Oh,
The 6 falling back quickly.
big crash back
Here
here.
comes Blaney around. Kyle Busch going in. Well, they missed the wall. A close call there. Blaney may have gotten into it. He did hard into the inside wall.
Heavy damage in front of that car. Man. That must have been a pretty hard impact. We don't see these cars suffer that much damage.
Just recently, with the improvements to the front and rear clip, they've made them a little more collapsible so that they do collapse so that the driver doesn't take so much of the blunt of that force.
You can see right there above the car where the car impacted this wall on the inside.
AMR safety crew immediately to Ryan.
That is heavy damage from that car. It's really destroyed. Damn. That wall right there, concrete wall on the interior of this racetrack. And we put second barrier all the way around this place. I mean, inside, outside. You sometimes don't put it somewhere.
Oh, big wreck.
Cars have a way of finding those areas. We went through this on all types of circuits throughout the series. Cars go in places you never thought they would.
It almost looked as though he couldn't steer it away from that wall, too. Because
All right, I need to see a replay. I went to go get Paisley some dinner. It was dinner time. Gave her some fresh water, icy, and then got her some dinner. And then I heard it in the background. I see Blaney there. Can I get a replay? How bad was it? How many cars were involved? Still 4-1 Astros. So this is the biggest wreck, obviously, so far today. Of course, I go feed Paisley, and then there's a huge wreck. Hopefully he's okay. Did he hit the wall? Here we go. Let me see. Oh, Kyle Busch? No. Busch and Blaney? What happened? Let me see. Oh, he hit him. Busch hit him. What was Kyle doing there? Oh. What's up with Kyle right there? What happened? Did Kyle get hit from behind? Shit. Because Kyle necessarily isn't really a dirty driver. You know, obviously he knows who wrecks him, and you know he's going to have his own little rivalries, but he doesn't, you know, go like headhunting for people per se. Oh, Bowman too. That was a combination of those three drivers, kind of. It's like they started to go with momentum, and then people braked, right? And then when people braked, then other people had to brake, and there was nowhere for them to go. That's tough. Ooh, look at that impact for Blaney's car. Jesus. Oh, you're right. You're right. Ooh. Ooh. Crunched. I mean, luckily he wasn't going as fast. You know what I mean? Like to go head on like that, and could have been hell of a, you know, a lot worse there.
Repercussions of it. You know, it's going to tear up a lot more stuff. They're going to spend more money in repairs and so forth, but it allows the car to absorb these hits so the drivers don't have to.
Well, we saw the 6 of Brad Keselowski was the car that seemed to have a trouble going on the restart. Let's listen to it.
This race did not go at all. Hit me so damn hard, I lost the shifter. Yeah, that's hard.
So I guess like his hand came off the shifter, like he got hit from behind, and he lost grip on the shifter.
Well, it sounded like it started with his car doesn't accelerate. Like it doesn't accelerate. He said it doesn't go, and because it doesn't go, he hit me so hard, and yes, then it knocked his hand off the shifter. But why won't it go? That's what I want to know.
The 6.
I think that's what Brad Keselowski wants to know as well. So this one happens.
Oh, that sucks.
Still to go in stage 2 with a big hit here.
Ooh. Yeah, it happens, I guess, huh? All right, Astros and Dodgers still going at it as well. Hi, Paisley. Paisley, you done with dinner? I think Paisley's done eating dinner.
From dirt
All right, they're just coming back from a commercial break. I'm going to go get Paisley a little treat. I'll be right back before we get started here. Astros 4, Dodgers 1.
County's best hangout. Just got better. Here's the living secret to the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
Hi. Love you.
Viasat satellite internet. Fast, reliable internet. Wherever you live.
How's the pay-per-view going so far for AEW? Based off the clips, I should probably look at my Twitter timeline too. Not really the same as watching the pay-per-view though.
Be part of something greater.
All right. Astros 4, Dodgers 1 here on the computer. Last game of the night here for Sunday Night Baseball. And then obviously we're about halfway through this NASCAR Cup race, Ally 400 in Nashville SuperSpeedway. Sunsetting. I love when we go dark. I love racing at night for NASCAR. Just night races are awesome. Or when it ends up being, daytime and then the sun sets and we go half the race during, the late afternoon and then half when it's just pitch black with the lights up. I love that. All right, we're about to get started here on this restart, stage 2. Let's go. Nice to see Martin Truex Jr. have a little bit of success when he was contemplating retirement last year. Should have made the playoffs last year and whatnot, but it's just nice to be able to see him compete. Nice to see him being able to get wins. And obviously, I don't know when he's gonna walk away, but it would have been a shame if he would have walked away last year. He still is one of the top, I feel, 12, that are in the Cup Series. He's not going to win every race. He's not going to be in the top 5 or top 10 every week, but still is a pretty solid driver even at this stage of his career. Shit, I remember Martin Truex Jr., coming up with DEI with Waltrip and Dale Jr. I was like, who's this Martin Truex? I was like, I kind of like this guy. And then look what he blossomed into. What's the vibe of the pay-per-view? Anything crazy that's happened so far? I mean, I would assume that the Kenny Omega match will be the best, but there's about 3 matches out of the card. Not enough for us to purchase it. Even if those 3 matches are 10s, I mean, that's a lot of money for a pay-per-view that's not really a full pay-per-view. Oh, baby. They're battling. Martin Truex Jr. Yes, they do, Tom. Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Hamlin, Truex, Hamlin. They're just going back and forth. Hamlin, Truex, Byron, Wallace, Bell in your top 5. Public Enemy #1, Ross Chastain in 6. My boy Chase Elliott in 7th. AJ Allmendinger in 8th. Kyle Larson in 9th. And Eric Jones, Eric Jones in 10th. Yeah. Byron's creeping up too. I mean, 0.2, 0.8. I mean, it's like the top 3 are within less than a second of each other. And then the 4 through 6 is within a second and a half of each other as well. So a nice little battle here with the top 5, top 6, top 7. All right, 27 to go for stage 2. A relatively, clean race, a couple cautions, one big wreck, but it sounded like it had 10 guys involved in the wreck, just a couple cars. But the hit was big for Blaney. Unfortunate for him. But now we're starting to get sunset, and I like these camera angles, and I like this weather to be able to see, the sunset with the blues and the pinks and the purples just right before the oranges and the reds, right before in the sky before we go dark. Yeah. Well, we haven't really seen Chase and Kyle Larson really get up into the top 5 yet. They've just been in the top 10. They're trying. It's like the top 6 has been up towards the top, and then 7 through 10, especially Chase and Larson, they were at 7th and 8th. They're just kind of, they're battling, but they're not really able to get to that next tier where the top 6 are. Come on, Chase. This is Chase and Bell just back and forth, back and forth. Would love seeing Chase win a race and kind of get over the hump. All you gotta do is get that one. It's like people forgetting how good he really is. But again, as racing also is about momentum, and he's got the nice Napa car, Napa know-how. So I mean, he's got the right car to win it too. Because I definitely feel Chase does better in the traditional blue and white and yellow Napa rather than doing like some of those gimmick ones. Like I'm totally cool with they have like a charity and a kid makes a design or they have a different sponsor. But I just feel that a lot of times when Chase races in those other, vehicles with the different, scheme of the sponsorship, a lot of times he doesn't do as well. I don't know if it's, just psychological or what, and every car is going to be different every week. Some people are good on, road tracks and some people are, good on the ovals or the short tracks. But I definitely like seeing Chase in the traditional car. Yeah, he is amazing. But again, I think we just need to get him to get that one off, the monkey off his back. This season has been almost a complete loss. He hasn't really been able to get in any kind of rhythm. And on top of that, you're seeing Larson, do what he normally does, but then kind of William Byron took your spot, based on success that you would have normally had. At this point, if Chase had 2 or 3 wins, would we be shocked if he didn't have that leg injury? No. So now if Alex Bowman starts winning races over Chase, then, you're a little bit in trouble at that point. But I mean, Bowman's always going to be the 4th in that group. But it's cool to be able to see Byron go from 3rd now to relatively, tied for 1st with Larson at the top, right there as far as, what Hendrick has been able to do with those 2 drivers. I mean, Byron and Larson. And like I said, Larson was getting very, very close before he got his first win. Like he was just creeping on 2nd place, 3rd place, and you could tell. And then once he got one, you knew that another one was going to happen pretty soon. So. Still 4-1 Astros and Dodgers, top of the 7th. I got that on the computer. That's the last baseball game of the night on ESPN. And then obviously this is on NBC. Is this the first NBC broadcast at this point where we transition from Fox for the first half of the season and then we go NBC for the rest of the year? Is this it? This is the first NBC race moving forward? I'm trying to remember if the last race was on NBC. I don't think it was. I'm pretty sure the last one was on Fox. And then they had Father's Day, Faja's Day, and then they had the week off. And then now this race. So, yeah, I think this is the first one. Because I would have, usually used a different logo, and I usually try to use the NASCAR NBC logo for, like thumbs and whatnot. So, and I was like, oh, I don't remember using this little NBC NASCAR at the top. So I'm pretty sure.
Quick survey. Who wants their internet to work pretty much everywhere? And it needs to run smooth, like super smooth.
Hey, should you be drinking it?
It's Nika. Because we're busy women. We don't have time for ladder buffering. Who doesn't want internet that helps AI be almost even faster?
Coming in? What was that?
Introducing the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Me too. That I think you and me are exactly on the same page. I'm a big Dale Jr. guy. Like I said, Dale Earnhardt was my favorite, and I do love father-son combos. Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott, but obviously Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator, was always going to be my favorite. And it's not like I didn't like Jeff Gordon or Jimmy Johnson. I respected their greatness, but I was more of a Dale Jr., Dale Earnhardt, or like a Tony Stewart. I think it's more than just the wins. And the team that you're on. Sometimes it's the personality or your bloodline, per se. And I've always been a big Dale Earnhardt guy, so it was a natural, decision for me to go from Dale Earnhardt, and when he died, to go to Dale Jr. And that's pretty much what I did as far as like collecting and rooting. And then that also helped me, kind of enjoy Michael Waltrip and DEI, and obviously Martin Truex Jr. was coming up at the very beginning, back then, like early 2000s. And whatnot, and respected Tony Stewart, Smoke, in the Home Depot 20. That was fun, and you could definitely tell he wasn't maybe as good overall, as like a Jimmy Johnson or a Jeff Gordon. But I do think if Tony Stewart was on Hendrick his whole career with those two, I think that he would have been able to, have more championships possibly than what he was able to get, with his crew when he was driving. And obviously we knew Dale Jr. was not as going to, he never was going to be as good as Dale, his dad, but definitely still, still had that skill set, but just, to go from the greatest of all time between him and like Richard Petty. I mean, that's a hard shadow to live in when you're, obviously being 4 generations in, and Earnhardt family and everything. Yeah, and I do like that Dale Jr., when he got on the mic, you could tell, just like anyone, when you first do it, you're going to be a little nervous, but you have to understand it's like your dad, who you are, your experiences. Just be yourself, just be yourself and just story tell us, and, and just talk. And then Dale has a podcast that he had. Who did he have on there? I'm trying to remember, but I watched it. Was it yesterday? Last night? But he'll usually have a driver on there, and it was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. when we're talking about him winning the 500, and they have like a little, they're like in a little studio, and they're like talking back and forth and whatnot. But I do enjoy Dale Jr. a lot. I like I said, I'm never not going to root for him, and I think that's why the NBC broadcast to me is better, is because Dale Jr. is a part of it. I totally agree. Okay. Yeah, you let me know if there's anything, newsworthy. But again, we are kind of in a dead zone right now until football starts. So unless we get like a Dalvin Cook or DeAndre Hopkins signing, but still, that's not going to be like, NFL streamers are going to blow it up like it's the second coming of, Jesus or something, because there's no fucking news every day. Like I feel kind of sorry for those people that, do the like NFL and the NFL only, or only their team. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's nothing that you could possibly be talking about 3 or 4 hours a day, every day, about your team, unless it's just a bunch of bullshit information that doesn't matter. Oh, Cooper Kupp went to McDonald's and had a Egg McMuffin. Like, that doesn't fucking matter. Oh, Stephon Diggs missed a practice. I mean, is that, I guess. I mean, I would rather try to, tap into NASCAR or baseball or wrestling than cover something like that. But, some people don't have the knowledge besides football or their own team. So, but hopefully we will get something that is, somewhat newsworthy. But at least we have a WWE pay-per-view next weekend, so at least that's something there. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's why this graphic is good. So you can look at the best speed. You look at the last pit, best lap, best time, last lap. Only thing missing from the graphic is a photo of what they look like, but I got it obviously on my end. So either the car or the car and the driver or the driver. Blaney. Yeah, Dodgers need to get it going. My dad obviously been a huge fan since the 50s, and I always will be doing Dodger or Mariner games first, and then other matchups there. So, yeah, but we'll definitely be sprinkling in some Mariners and Dodger games this week. We'll do at least 1 or 2 freestyle games as well. I did see that Florida forced the win, so that way that they forced the next game. Yeah, so whoever wins the next game is the champ between Florida and LSU. So will be interesting to see how that all plays out. It's like Florida, maybe the better team. LSU is kind of the hot team, but sometimes when you're hot, you can keep that momentum going, and we'll see what happens in that. So yeah, I'll probably tune into that. What time is that on tomorrow? I mean, I'm gonna probably do the Mariner game. I don't really know a whole lot of people, as far as our, fanatic family that love college baseball besides Mike. You know what I mean? But 5 to go in stage 2. But there'll be a few Mariner games, few Dodger games, and then 1 or 2 maybe freestyle streams in the middle of the week. And usually we do those just because there won't be any games on, late at that time between like 6 and 7 p.m. So.
Tubing, they're needed the way the gearbox mounts in this car. And then it continues even into this year. We saw that big accident with Kyle Larson at Talladega with the right side door bars moved around. The teams had the option of adding more gussets. You see the kind of wedge-shaped pieces between the bars. Well, here's some green ones. Those are now optional. You're allowed to add those to the team. Most teams have done it. And then
Hamlin, Truex, Ross Chastain, William Byron, and Christopher Bell. Yeah, it's definitely looking like it because, they got 3 out of the top 5 unless we can get Ross or William Byron up there. Or if Chase or Larson can get up there. But it definitely doesn't look like you're not, Fords have no chance today. 0. It ain't happening. Unless Joey Logano was, on his game and this was a track that he dominated and he had in the qualifying, if he was in like the top 5, then yeah, you could probably throw a guy like that, in with the Fords. But a lot of the Fords, let's be honest, they're not really that good. Joey Logano is definitely the best Ford that's racing. Every once in a while, Harvick will do something, or Big Bad Brad for a few laps here and there. But they don't really have a lot of talent on the Ford side. It's dominated by Chevys first, and then obviously Toyotas too. You got Reddick, right? You got Reddick, Gibbs. Obviously Gibbs is young. Bubba, can't really count on him a whole lot. He might end up winning a race, but he'll have some top 5 and top 10s. Christopher Bell is underrated. And then you got Hamlin and Truex Jr. at the top there. But normally the best Toyotas will probably be Reddick, and then after Reddick, Hamlin and Truex, if they have a good car, they would be right after him. So. But you got, Kyle Busch in the Chevy, Larson in the Chevy, Chase in the Chevy, right? Ross Chastain in the Chevy, Byron in the Chevy. So. Yeah, shit, if they didn't have Joey Logano, like what's Ford doing out there? They just got a bunch of low-level guys out there. Like, if anything, they need to, Toyota needs to recruit him to, that would beef up their team. The Toyota team would be even with Chevy, if you ended up getting him to join, but that's probably not going to happen. They're going to do whatever it takes to keep him there to represent the Ford brand. So, because I mean, if he doesn't win, no one else is winning on the Ford side. I mean, unless you do get Kevin Harvick. Brad ain't winning anytime soon. Buescher, Harrison Burton, Cindric, Preece, Eric Almirola, Chase Briscoe, McDowell, Yaley, Gilliland, Blaney. I mean, some of these guys might win like a race, maybe, but.
The GMC Sierra with hands-free driving.
Oh. And then I know they were talking about Josh Berry, having a new role coming up from, to being a replacement driver and then, filling in for Chase. And he's going to be on the Cup Series next year, I believe, correct?
After our 160-point quality assurance inspection, we'll be Toyota certified used vehicles.
Yes.
100,000-mile
Hamlin and Truex.
Not to hump our own horns, but the best new cars get the best used cars. Yours, Toyota.
4. Okay.
5.49% APR for up to 60 months on a Toyota certified used
Okay.
vehicle.
Yeah, I'm not, I try to read and keep up with everything, because I actually do enjoy NASCAR and NHL and MLB and whatnot. Yeah. But I'm always learning, trying to, learn from those OGs and whatnot. All right, let me take a peek here. Click over. We got Astros and Dodgers still at a commercial break. Chris Paul at the Dodger game with his family. I don't see Kim Kardashian there.
And I can walk you through everything from mortgage rates to closing costs, all of it.
Got an opinion on wallpaper?
Oh, yes. Might want to give Jen a hug, Greg.
Chris Paul. He can never get it done.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you.
No, Kanye caught him back, before the Davidson thing. But they just showed Chris Paul and his family there at the Dodger game. Can't trust those NBA players. NBA players got way too many groupies. Yeah, anyone dating a Kardashian, it's only going to last a couple months unless you're like Travis Barker and you actually get married to one. The Kardashian curse. Don't do it. All right, we're going to the pits. All right, Astros 4, Dodgers 1. Jason Hayward in the box. Lots of cars going into the pits. 4 tires. I think we're pretty much going to get consensus of 4 tires there, yep. I don't think the Dodgers are going to come back in this game. It doesn't feel like it. They're down by too much. I don't know if they're going to be able to get a rally going.
All this time I thought he closed the door. They've been waiting for us. Real mean Judith remains still. What? We won't delay this end. Just to go back in. This is the Red Door, exclusively Dealer's Choice 7 This is what the pursuit of happiness sounds like. Freedom tastes better on a Blackstone. Go to the nearest Blackstone retailer or blackstoneproducts.com today.
Is that your car?
Hell yeah. Byron sitting comfortably there. So you got Hamlin, Ross, William Byron, Christopher Bell. Ooh, wow, Ty Gibbs is up there. Then Suarez, Court LaJoy, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton, Austin Dillon. And now I just shifted. Hamlin, Truex Jr., Byron, Chastain, Bell, Chase in 6th. It's the highest that he's been. Come on, Chase. Where's Larson? 9th. So they're just there in the top 10, but they just can't get over the hump to get caught up to these Toyotas. So yeah, not anymore. He went down to 10th. It's like after the rotation and everything got adjusted. I was about to say there's no way he got all the way up there, but that family, that whole family is terrible. They're terrible people. All right, Denny Hamlin in 1st, Martin Truex Jr. in 2nd, William Byron in 3rd, the pole setter, public enemy number 1, Ross Chastain in 4th, and Christopher Bell in 5th. Yeah, they just need to, keep patient, and then at some point, if there's like a wreck or someone has a couple bad pits, that they can just continuously just be in the mix, be in the top 10, and then hopefully they can get at least one of those two, Elliott or Larson, to creep up into the top 5, and then we can kind of go from there. But you already got William Byron there. We just need Chase to get up into that top 5, and then maybe Larson can go from 9th up to like 7th or 6th. So. Yeah, 3 in the top 5 for the Toyotas. Gibbs is in 10th, but he's not a real contender. Neither is Bubba Wallace. And Reddick is still too far behind, 2 laps down. He's pretty much done. I don't think he's going to be able to do the necessary things to come back. Oh, he's only 1 lap down. So we'll see. That sucks because Reddick definitely is normally one of the best Toyotas, usually, right there with Denny and Truex. So Ford needs faster cars and younger. Yeah, I definitely agree, because Harvick is already going to be like retiring. Big Bad Brad is old as shit. He can't win anymore. Busher wins once every couple seasons. Cindric as well. Burton, and Priest, Almirola, McDowell. It's like McDowell winning the Daytona 500. It's like a lot of these guys, they're so low, on the totem pole. Like if you're just looking at the graphic, look how many fucking Fords are at the bottom from 26 to 36. It's like almost all Fords at the bottom. It's not good. And then even above it, like Burton and Cindric, it's like definitely Joey is the superstar in the Ford. He's the only one that could like win championships. Period. And then Chevy's got, the most talent that can win championships. That's very clear. And then getting Kyle Busch in the Chevy now too. So, yeah, but I agree.
Side by side fighting for the lead.
Number 1 thing here, the 23 car did run 6, came out 16, so did not have a good pit stop. 14-second pit stop, so he lost a lot of ground.
Yeah, the craziest outcome if we actually had ended up having a Ford win this race, which I don't think is going to happen. Unless something crazy happens and Kevin Harvick wins, that would probably be your best bet. Or if Joey Logano can get up there into the top 10 somehow, we know how good he is. All you got to do is just get there. And once you get there, they can keep the position. So, but again, Ross Chastain on the pole. So you already knew he was going to be in the top 5 all day, and he's motivated. I really do feel, the most motivation probably would have came from Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain, since Chase, hasn't won a race yet, and he won in Nashville last year, and Ross just winning the pole and being emotional, trying to complete, the package, winning the pole and winning the race. So he's having a little tough time here with Truex and Hamlin in front. Yes, he was. I totally agree with that too. Yeah. Big Bad Brad, because a lot of these guys were pretty damn good in their prime, but, as you get a little bit older, And Harvick is an OG, you know, whether you like him or not, you know, he's done a lot for the sport of NASCAR, Kevin Harvick. He's a name, you know, definitely, you know, one of those guys that's, when you go back and reflect on his career, he's going to have a hell of a lot more wins than a lot of these guys that are driving right now, except for the superstars. All right, still 4-1, Astros and Dodgers, bottom of the 8th. Still not really feeling the momentum or the Uncle Mo with the Dodgers. It just seems like they're out there, but you know. Yeah, Harvick was good in his prime. Hall of Famer. Hamlin, Truex, Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, William Byron, your top 5. Harvick, Elliott, Suarez. Ooh, Suarez making an appearance in the top 10. Logano in the top 10. He was in 9th, and then Gibbs just passed him. But now you got Logano up there. Like I said, anytime you get Logano or Kyle Busch in the top 10, it does make you pay attention, because you know once they're there, a lot of times they can pull magic rabbits out of their hats and find a way to get to the winner's circle, or you know, not being in the top 10 all day and then finishing with a top 10 performance, top 5, or sometimes even pulling a win out of nowhere. Because like those are probably the ones that I enjoy watching. I mean, I really like what William Byron has done this year, but I like watching Chase and Kyle and Ross, and I like watching Joey Logano and Kyle Busch, just because I feel with those two, you know, obviously Kyle's, you know, kind of coming towards the end, but still has a lot left if he wants to keep racing, and Joey's still in the prime. Not very many people that you feel like can win championships, like Joey, Kyle Busch, Ross, I think can, Chase, Kyle, but William Byron, I mean, this if he had any chance of winning, you know, a championship, this would definitely be the year. Working. All right, I got to go get the dog.
Exactly like the primary. Here's his wreck here in qualifying. And they've done a good job. It's smart, methodical, and work their way to the top 10 after destroying that car. Come here. Come here, Marty.
Come here, Paisley. Hang out with Dad.
They know they have the pace in the car, and Suarez has been frustrated a couple times, sitting back in traffic, having a car much faster than the guys in front of him. But Junior, I love the work.
Yeah, Gibbs is super young. I mean, a lot of these guys, you know, are wily vets, and then you have, you know, up and coming drivers, and then you just have some that they're driving, but they're probably not going to do a whole lot. You know, especially, you know, when you look at the guys that are like 25 to 36 and whatnot, unless they had a bad race today. Hi. Come here.
Struggle with the pace on this car on the racetrack. Was battling with Gibbs there a moment ago, but now lost the spot to the 43. Old teammate Brad Keselowski back there at 12 behind the 22. You just mentioned Ty Gibbs kind of right there at 19 that back. He had a great car yesterday. Kind of got taken out. Nothing of his own doing in the Xfinity Series race. And they're right around that battle for the playoff, the final few playoff spots, right at the cut line, the bubble. They've got a great pit crew. Pit crew champions this year in North Wilkesboro. 3rd best on overall season average. I think that right there, and his continued improvement week in and week out, running 9th right now tonight, is going to easily help him point his way in if he doesn't win a race at some point this year to get to the playoffs.
Well, remember, Junior, if somebody wins, that line moves, so it makes it even more difficult. Right now, he's just 9 points back, but we would expect there's a possibility that we could have more than 10 winners if we advance into the playoffs.
I have Ty Gibbs winning a race on my bingo card this year. I think he's shown improvement enough I don't know if he's got quite everything put together to go up and drive past Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr., but we've seen crazy finishes, crazy races. I think he does a nice job of running all the laps, putting himself in position. Wouldn't shock me if the driver of the 54 does go to victory lane at some point this year, Dave.
In fact, you thought he was on his way yesterday in the Xfinity race, but got crashed out of that one. As for Joey Logano, has been fighting the balance a little back and forth. But Paul Walker's crew team told me today these tracks have been a little bit tougher for their tour this weekend, or this year. Their win came in Atlanta where they're going back, so he is in the playoffs. But when it's a less than high-speed track, they just haven't had the same air advantages that they might want to with this Mustang. So the perfect pit stop that you talked about, the good pit stop, that's one of the things that has to happen. Also, we have to be perfect on everything if we're going to win a race.
Sun has gone down, the temperature's going down as well, which means a little faster racetrack, a little more grip, and the intensity is going to pick up. Under 100 laps to go from Nashville.
When you look back on this day, you might remember the heat wave, or the kiddie pool that definitely looked bigger online, or a burst of strawberry shortcake flavor and real strawberries swirled into an icy slush topped with vanilla ice cream and flurries of sweet, crunchy sugar crystals. Greg, however, will never forget the homemade water slide incident. Sonic 299 strawberry shortcake snowball slush float. Sonic.
At PNC Bank, you can find us in big cities and small towns.
Oh, that's awesome. It's nice to be able to see the younger generation do something, Got to have that next wave. Oh, looks like Dodgers are getting onto a little bit of a rally here. What's going on? Freddie Freeman? Here we go. All right, now it's 4-2. Okay. All right, we're in the bottom of the 8th. That's a good sign. Okay. Finally, a little life out of the Dodgers. They've been really quiet. And like I said, I was going to either do this NASCAR race or the Dodger game. And then the Mariners lost to the Orioles earlier today. Come on, Dodgers. They're running out of time. But 4-1 to 4-2 is much better. But if this was the Dodger team from a couple years ago when they were in their championship run, they could come back from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs. And it wouldn't matter. It could be like 7th, 8th, 9th inning. You had belief that the players believed that they could come back. And, 1 out of every 4 times that they were down like 5 runs or more, they would come back. And other teams wouldn't be able to. But I feel like the Braves are kind of the new Dodgers from a couple years ago when the Dodgers were in their World Series like bubble for like 2-3 years. I feel the Braves are there now. They are clearly the best team in the National League, in my opinion. But there'll still be some surprises as we go, deeper in the season and whatnot. And we'll see if people can keep it up or not. And we're 210 laps in. We got 90 to go at the Ally 400 at Nashville. And it's nice. We got a nice little format. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Get more into the races with NASCAR Fantasy Live. To compete, you just have to create an entry by picking 5 drivers plus a garage driver. You can keep tabs.
Let's go, baby. Will Smith. Back. Gone, baby. 4-4, baby. Let's go. Tom said, bang. It just didn't really feel like they had any juice left, but there you go. That sometimes you just need 2 guys, to go back to back and just get a little bit of momentum going when you haven't had it all game. Sometimes you need 3 consecutive hits in a row or 2, or, a lot of times you get 1 hit and then it's spread out. Later in the inning, another guy gets a hit. Now you got to be able to get them in order. Bang. And if you're able to do that, that's how you're going to be able to manufacture these runs, in this 2023 where everyone's batting fucking under 300, unless you're like Arias from fucking, doing his thing like batting 400, which is very abnormal. Nice job, Will Smith. That might deserve a photo.
Richard and Chase having success together in Xfinity Series. They won 8 races together. This is for the first Cup Ciminelli was asked about this. He's in charge of competition at Stewart Haas Racing. He said, I think Richard Boswell's the right guy because he's
Nice job, my boy.
accountable.
Nice job. I'll even hit you with your logo. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Dodgers. LA Dodgers. Dodgers. Nice job, Will. Good shit. Nice comeback. Paisley just laying on the floor behind me. She got kicked out of the other room. It's crazy. She'll never really get aggressive or like bitey with me. It's like play biting and stuff, but also too with like comforters. Like I'll be hanging out with her all day, you know, whatever, and she'll be calm. And then as soon as people come home, she'll start to try to like rip a hole through the comforter and get the stuffing out. So it's like we have like these old comforters where she can start doing that, and that's fine, but I got to get the stuffing out so she doesn't eat it, so she doesn't get sick, you know. But it's like when you have like a good comforter, you don't want her to do that. But I don't know what it is, but she'll just get into these modes, and when she sees certain people in this house, and she'll just start getting bitey, either through the comforter or, you know, trying to play bite with, you know, their hands or, you know, whatnot. So she knows who Dad is. Jungle Boy. There was a rumor that he was going to go heel. So, and sometimes that's a good thing, you know, to be able to go heel when you're a face. Heels always end up being better. You can end up, you know, being a, you know, more of an asshole. Your promos are going to be better. You know, sometimes promos as a face, it doesn't work unless you're like a legend, like Rock or Stone Cold, where you can be a face or a heel or just, you know, or match up with someone that is more of a heel than you are, you know, and whatnot. But yeah, I definitely think certain wrestlers will benefit from going heel. Like maybe the biggest debacle in wrestling is not making John Cena heel at least once when he was still in his prime. You know, he didn't have to do it forever, but, you know, he definitely could have went heel and then went back, you know, but he was doing the whole Make-A-Wish thing. And maybe he thinks that the kids wouldn't have been able to, he still would have been able to do Make-A-Wish things even if he was heel, you know. But my favorite John Cena was the Thugonomics when he first came in with the word life, you know. That's the John Cena that and then it's like him as a face. He was like the biggest face, arguably, you know, maybe in WWE history as far as faces are concerned, you know, because he never really went heel. Semi-heel when he first started, I guess, just based off like, you know, him coming in as Word Life and the Thugonomics and rapping and doing freestyles and whatnot. But yeah, Truex definitely does. All right, 4-4 in the bottom of the eighth. It's okay, Paisley. Dad will be done in a while.
If you're the counter block there, do not run. It may stimulate the instinct to chase. Instead, make yourself a beer bigger. Bigger. And speak firmly in a loud voice. Good boy. And for the mountains.
My brain's been foggy the past few years. I can't remember anything. I'm going to need you to remain as still as possible. What? Hello? Can you let me out, please?
It's the red door. Only Peter Schleich 7. Repeat the team.
People couldn't see my potential, so I had to show them.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
Today, I'm the CEO of my own company.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
Why are we not thinking this? I'm more.
Good morning, Baltimore. Next Sunday, the fireworks start early when the Twin today. It's an all-star lineup. Jack Bryant's John Krasinski and the cast of the Samurai Pretty live in studio. Best-selling author
$25. Let's get to a hundo. 75 to go.
all this will come today.
Oh, wow. I knew that it was coming up. Maybe that's why I mean, I don't have the volume on in the game, so I didn't get to hear anything or see the graphic or whatever, but that's awesome. All right, now we're getting into the darkness. The darkness.
Now at Nashville SuperSpeedway, and the gap between 1 and 2 has stayed pretty similar. When we went away, Hamlin with about a 3/10 of a second lead over Mark Truex Jr. Now Chastain is still right in there in third. Harvick in fourth, quietly running in the top 5.
It was 75 laps to go. You see in the bottom left the final pit window. So if you stopped here, we believe you can make it all the way to the end on fuel. So everybody still needs a pit stop. 33 laps on this set of tires, 75 laps to go. We'll see when the gambling starts. Oh, how about
Chastain right up to the back bumper of Truex, trying to take second away. And he does it easily.
We saw this at the end of the last long run. It seems like Chastain has really good speed. See right there, it just slid up. You know what, Mark? You're not going to get back on the outside of it. It slowed the one car down, but it maintained his position to the 19. Now, he stopped that advance from the 19. Now it's going to take the fight to Hamlin. But I think Chastain has a much quicker car than these two guys in this moment.
An interesting choice of words there between what you just said. Ross Chastain's going to take the fight to Hamlin. These two, it seems like every racetrack they go to, they're either.
We got to switch it up if it's going to be night. Can't keep it all the same.
What Chastain is doing here, he is lifting early. Watch Truex. Gains on him in the
Look at the skies, purples and the pinks, and a little hints of orange. It's like when the lights come on, it's not dark yet, but it's getting real close.
We don't see that work a lot with this car. But on this racetrack, it has been effective.
Then he looks in the mirror and he sees a new car behind him and a car that's closing. Then he now has to start to get on the defense here. One car right up to
No, the Freeman cam.
a couple more car lengths here, and he'll be
That's
there.
cool. 2000 hit club. Awesome. Obviously, if I had the audio on or I was calling the game, we would have definitely talked about that. So we'll throw up a nice photo up here for Freddie. Obviously, Will Smith with that big dinger, which was good.
20, 30 minutes, and it seems to suit this one car really well as he comes on this long run here. Look at that. He just is able to run lower in clean air, carries really good speed to the middle of the corner exit.
All right, Freddie. I see you, dude. Congrats. Congrats, brother. With the nice statistic there. Not too many ever get to that point. I know my dad's happy. Obviously, be happy if you can win this game against the Astros. And Dodger fans, they don't got no love for the Astros. No one really does, unless you're an Astro fan. So, all right, well, we got the background changed up to night now because that's what we do. And Ross in first, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Like I said, I'd be the happiest, I think, if Ross or Chase wins. That would be my preferred. Let's go, baby.
Absolutely. We talk a lot about the young
Fucking use your melon, drive sober, be a moose. Ross Chastain. And you don't usually see someone, get so emotional, over like a pole. But if you got to think about, how Ross is always targeted every week, sometimes unfairly, super talented. Like I said, if I was going to rank, a top 5 based off talent, he would be in it. that's driving right now. He's just the one that he's not Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, or Kyle Larson, because he hasn't won a championship yet. But I think once he does, his name will be right there with those other four. He's not going to be like so far behind those guys. Like, he's just as good as those other four, in my opinion. Like, and he's so early in his career. He's got a lot of good top fives, a lot of top tens from like last year and going into this year. Definitely decision making needs to improve. Knowing when to take a chance and knowing when not to. But if you're going to be that type of driver, just own it. I think he has. You're going to see him in fist fights once in a while, and shit happens. But I think overall he's been cleaner this year than last year. So, he's not trying to do just what he did last year and be just as reckless this year or next year. You know what I mean? Like, he actually is making kind of an effort to pick and choose his spots now instead of just, being wild and crazy and whatever happens mentality, because that's what happened for last year. And he was really good. Even when he said, fuck it, I'm going to do whatever it takes. If I got to wreck, I'll wreck. If I got to, tap this guy into the wall, I will. So at least this year, it's a little bit more calculated, but even if he races clean for the rest of his career, he's still going to be known as kind of like a bully or a guy that is overly aggressive and an idiot and stupid. But I think a lot of the people that are fans of other drivers that want to label him an idiot and stupid and reckless, they don't realize how many top 5, top 10s, and actually how good of a driver he is. Hell, he might be better than most people's favorite drivers. He's that good. So I'm definitely rooting for him to hopefully win at least a championship or two before his career is up. Would be awesome to see. Yeah. Yes, he is. Nice to see him back up there. Yeah, like I said, there was only like 2 matches that really were, I was like looking forward to seeing, the Bryan Danielson and then the Kenny Omega match. Those were really the, but Omega Ospreay will be the best thing, because like I said, they've never put on anything that was, how they do a 1 to 10 scale. Every time they wrestle, it's an 11. So it's like, you already know, even with Bryan Danielson against anybody, Bryan Danielson, MJF, Bryan Danielson against, anybody. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to get that Ospreay Omega type of chemistry, because that's like literally Rock, Stone Cold, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Omega Ospreay. When they wrestle, it's that good. And I think that either that or you don't. If you're a wrestling fan, that's just legit. Their chemistry, their high flying ability, and also their innovativeness to be able to do moves that we haven't seen before, or we don't see that often. That's what makes them so good. Like RVD, it's all about how you do the moves. And like The Rock and Stone Cold, like those little subtle, things that you do to make yourself a little different, Omega's the boo? Omega's my boo. Shit, I got the shirt on. That's my guy. But I think also I love Omega because he reminds me of RVD, just a different type of athlete. And if you really want to talk about it, Ospreay is more RVD-ish than even Omega. Ospreay's got a little bit different bounce, in his step, and super athletic, kind of like a Seth Rollins type, you know what I mean? But he's got the bounce in the ring, but he's got the bounce on the top rope. So it's like, I feel like with Ospreay, he's got a little bit of like Seth Rollins in him, but then also like a little ricochet. Like he can do it on the ground, but when you go up on the second rope, third rope, like, you don't really know what kind of craziness is going to happen. And that's what makes certain guys special like that. I love Ospreay a lot too. I think to be honest, I think he's the most underrated wrestler in the business right now. And he has been for the last couple of years. You know what I mean? He is someone that is like uber talented that does not get the credit that he deserves. But if you're a true wrestling fan and you've seen those matches with Omega, you already know. And then you go and look at some of the others that he's done. But sometimes you got to have someone that's equal to you for you to really stand out. Because if Ospreay wrestles anyone else, does anyone really care as much? No. But when it's Omega, Their bodies are going to be bloodied, bruised, and you're going to get the holy shit chants. You're going to say ooh and ah 3 to 5 times in the match, maybe more. And that just doesn't happen in wrestling anymore. So, if there's a way for me to be able to watch that match, I definitely, Too bad they're so, strict on like wrestling stuff for WWE and AEW, where you could actually do like reactions to like matches, or like pay-per-view type stuff. Like, that would be something that I definitely would do. And I got good experience, obviously, with wrestling, since, a lot of us have been watching, from the 80s or 90s. All right, we got 57 to go. And hopefully we'll get a few people to come in here. I mean, it's 6:36, which will be 8:36 or 9:36. I am a little surprised, we haven't had more, people come through. But again, a lot of the NASCAR people, if they're not online as much compared to last year, or if they're in other streams, or if they assume that, sometimes, people assume a stream is always going to be the same. And, obviously when you are always trying to make things better, sometimes if people have come to your stream before and they assume that that's what it's going to look like, they might not be able to swing around and come back until, a while later and whatnot. But definitely think that overall it's going to help, on all ends. Because like I said, we can have the versatility where we don't have to be like this, the whole stream. We can flip things up. We can give you some stats. We can go over things even on a better note, like really break it down. And then we can, figure things out where I can be in a screen below that as well. So lots of versatility, but it's going to help on, the NBA and college hoops and NFL and college football. Logano, that Shell 22, the Pennzoil. Certain brands are so iconic with some of these guys. Yeah, but does that surprise you at all? Really? Not every, owner, is going to be able to dominate, forever. So it's like, you'll have moments like Roush, and how good they were, and, it's like you go through these like gaps, except unless you're with Hendrick, because you've already, you're going from Jimmy Johnson to Jeff Gordon. And then you're like, does it get any better than that? And you're like, well, they're not going to be maybe as good, but as being like the reputation of like, the Patriots or like the top dog, or Alabama Crimson Tide in college football. Then you go to Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. It's like you didn't even lose a step. Like, will Chase and Kyle be better than Jeff and Jimmy when it's all said and done? Probably not, to be honest, but they could get close. I mean, they could maybe get to Jeff's numbers, but probably not Jimmy's numbers with because Jimmy's up there with the 7, with like Richard Petty and Dale. So it's like, I don't know if anyone's going to be getting up to that point, but definitely like, 3, 4. I don't think that would be crazy to think 3, 4 championships for Chase or more, or Kyle Larson either. They're talented, right? And then Kyle Busch and Joey Logano have won championships. And for them to win 3, 4, 5, would it be that crazy to think by the time that both of those guys are retired? No. Hell, even Ross, I feel, could maybe win 1 to 3 by the time he's done. He just needs to be able to get that first one and get the respect. And then I think once he wins, there's going to be a big shift in NASCAR where like the heel driver is cool again. And it won't be Dale Earnhardt all over again or Tony Stewart, but it's going to be interesting. But, I want to be on the Ross wagon, early. And it's like there's certain people that you definitely look forward to. Chase, Kyle, I like looking forward to Ross, and then Kyle Busch and Joey Logano, because I think that those are literally the best 5 that we have right now. But we also can't exclude William Byron and what he's done. He is in that mix, and he's honestly ahead of everybody pretty much. Kyle Busch has won a couple, Kyle Larson's won a couple, but it's interesting to see how this is all going to play out. I do. Oh, in Impact. I don't watch Impact. I probably should, but I don't really watch a whole lot of ROH or Impact or NJPW, but I probably should. Oh, hello, Brittany. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I missed you. The guy on the MSK, is that the one that had the physical assault allegation with the girl, and then they fired him, and then he left, and then the other one is on NXT, like as a champion, right?
Sometimes it feels messy. Sometimes it looks messy. But it's not until you jump in that you can really get to the end.
Yeah, but it depends on who the owner is and what kind of team you have. You have to have the right driver, the right team. It's like even going back to like the Matt Kenseth era. Like I think with him, as a guy that might not have been Jimmy or Jeff, but with Matt Kenseth, right? When you say that name and you remember him like when he was in his prime, he's higher than like a Kevin Harvick or some of these other guys that are like OGs. Like when he was running, like, you already knew that even if you only get one championship and that's all you get, or you only get one or two, it was a different time period. Yeah, it would be cool because definitely Ford has gotten overshadowed by Toyota, which is crazy because back in the day, Toyota didn't even exist. It was just like Fords and Chevys. So, yeah. Oh, man. Carl Edwards and him doing the backflips, man. That just gives me fucking Greg Biffle. I mean, I can't, he was like getting to a point where it's like, you're going to be in the last 3 positions in NASCAR, but you're still out there. So Biffle was just like racing and racing. He's like, well, if I'm 33rd or 31st, as long as I'm getting a paycheck, man, old school times. But then Biff had moments where he might win a race a year. It's not like he ever was like, oh my God, Greg Biffle, but he had his moments. Edwards was a little better. It took Joey to forever. Yeah. But you just got to think with Joey's age and his determination, a lot of the companies, with like Chevy is number 1, Toyota looks like they got, but like there's nothing, really on that Ford side. So you got to think if Joey's winning championships, Ford doesn't really make a good car. So Joey is just a phenomenal driver. If he was on the Chevy side, or hell, if he was on the Toyota side, Toyota would be matched up almost even, I think, with Chevy at that point. So if you're winning with a shitty car most of the time, or not a car as good as a Toyota or a Chevy, and you end up winning a championship, I think that says a lot about who Joey Logano is, that, he's like Kyle Busch. He's hated. He definitely has a swagger and an attitude, but he's really fucking good. Again, sometimes it's the driver, sometimes it's the sponsorship, it's the crew chief, it's like, the fan base, but for me, I kind of like to be not biased, and it's like I don't necessarily just root for one guy. I obviously love Chase, just like I love, Dale Earnhardt and whatnot, and love Dale Jr., but sometimes it's those others, that might not be as popular. Like hell, like I don't know anyone else that loves Michael Waltrip as much as me. I loved him when he was with Dale Jr. and DEI. I knew he was going to be a personality, a goofball, but he's got good mic skills, and I think he's great for NASCAR. I know not a lot of people like him. Some people think he's annoying or whatever, but I don't know. I think he's just a really good, wholesome dude. And I don't know. I like the Waltrip family. You know what I mean? Like I never had a problem. Obviously, Daryl was more edgy, but anything that was connected to the Earnhardts, DEI, Dale Jr., Waltrip, Martin Truex Jr. when he was coming up. I don't know. I got a little bit more love for, that type of relationship, the father-son relationship and whatnot. So, right. But if you got to think, if you take all the best drivers, right, and if you put them on like Hendrick or on a Chevy, right, and whether they're in a Toyota or a Ford, what are we talking about? The gap increase on the talent level of some of these guys that are on the cusp of like superstardom, but they're just in a Ford, or you're in a Toyota, but like you're not on a team as good as Hendrick. Like with the information, you got to think it's like they got 3 guys out of 4. Even though Alex Bowman is usually like sometimes in the top 5 or 10, sometimes in the middle, sometimes 20th or below, but he's not going to win really maybe any more than a race a year, if none, maybe none, maybe one, right? But William Byron was a guy that you thought maybe could win 1 or 2, a little bit better than Bowman, right? But then he's already got, what does he got for wins right now? Still 3? Right? So he's legitimately got a shot to win the championship, but we don't want him to do good early and then just fade late, because we've seen that story before with Byron, where he won a couple like the year before, and then he was just dead, dead, DED, dead in the water, right? And this year seems different. And obviously Chase isn't the same driver, Obviously, the injury, he hasn't been able to get into a rhythm. Uncle Mo, the momentum hasn't been, he like everything is just discombobulated. Like the season is fucked. But if he can just somehow get a win or two late, it doesn't even have to be right now, but just to get in, that might, you might spark something, but it doesn't really feel like a Chase championship. It's like William Byron's to lose. Kyle Busch, it seems like he's the real deal. And if he gets there, he could win. Like, there's a few guys that are a little bit, up on the, the pecking order at this point. And as we talk about Bowman not being, that good, you look over, he's in first place. And like I said, Bowman will be one of those guys that will float around. He'll always be the 4. But it's been Byron won, and then Kyle Larson was like, top 5, top 10. He was getting frustrated. Then he got second a couple times, and he's pissed. He's like, I'm too good for this shit. And then finally, you already know when you have an elite driver who's a top 4 driver in the game right now, and he finishes second like once or twice, he's going to blow up and win soon. Like, if he can't win yet, if you keep getting second, like, it's just a matter of time. And that's what I feel about Larson. He's so talented that even when he does shitty, he's like, oh, second? Fuck, like a lot of people would be happy about that. He'll take the points, but it's about when you get second when you could have won. And that's what I get the competitive factor. But that's one thing about him. He is so driven. Chase is always going to be the more popular one, but Larson, I think it's for him is consistency. And if you can be the most consistent driver in Hendrick, it might end up leading you to, maybe one more championship possibly than Chase when it's all said and done. I don't know how many each guy will get, but we got to understand that Jeff Gordon with the 4 and Petty and Earnhardt and Jimmy with 7. That's some incredible shit, So anyone that even gets 1, like, you have to put them in a special category, like how hard it is even to get 1. And if you're in a manufacturer that's maybe not as good as the others, then it even puts you in another category. So, dude, think about how crazy that is. That's why I was about to ask. I was like, I remember, there was a couple years where, it was like 4 or more, and then you just answered it 6. I was just like, there was a time where Biff was in his bag. That's for sure. Biffle. That's a beautiful thing. Hold on, let me look at that again. So we're talking about Biffle. So in 2005, 6 wins, which is fucking insane. Who had the most wins that year? That's what you need to pull up in that 05 season if you could do that for me. 15 top 5s, 21 top 10s. Now, if that's not fucking consistency, I don't know what is. That is incredible.
And Advance Auto Parts is the home of Die Hard. We'll even install yours for free.
Oh, Astros, yeah. Paisley, stop whining. God, she's such a human. She is so like prissy, and it has the the attitude and whatnot, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes she will be stubborn, but she's very talkative. I've never been around a dog, either my own or like a friend's, that is this vocal and talkative, like, whoa, 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 like, the highs and the lows and the squeaks and the moans and it's like, and she definitely understands certain words. Now she's coming in here because she knows I'm talking about her. I'm talking about you, Paisley. I love you. Dad loves you very much. So I was just I was just about to see if you were going to look that up, because sometimes you go back in history, you forget stuff. You forget that sometimes these guys that get made fun of, or, oh, they weren't that good. Like, you see Big Bad Brad now, and like, this guy's washed up, he stinks. But like, go back and when Brad was good, when he was in his bag and he was doing everything. And second was Tony with 5. Yeah. Like I said, everyone's going to have their favorites and whatnot. So I just like appreciating the underdogs. I mean, I've always been that way in my life. There's going to be certain people that I appreciate, that like Chase or Damian Lillard here in Oregon, or, any Oregon player, with the LaMichael James and the DeAnthony Thomas and the Mariota. It's like, I already know, unless you're built like a Haloti Ngata, you're probably not going to be super, super dominant. I get it. It's a man's game over there. But sometimes you can be a college legend and then be a legend for life. It doesn't have to be on the pro side, Like, people still love like LaMichael and DeAnthony here. It's like, yeah, we would have wished that D'Anthony would have turned into Tyreek Hill and LaMichael could have been, something really special long term. But sometimes when your body is so little, you can be super fast on the college level, but then everyone is fast on the NFL level. So Tony was even more crazy. See, I love this, that you're going back in history for me, because now you're just making me like open up my brain to that moment when in that age bracket where I was watching. 17 top fives, 25. And then how many total races? That's what you need to look up next. So that way we can get in perspective. And how many drivers were competing at that point? 40 drivers. It was more than what we have now. 40 drivers. And how many races total? Fucking insane. Yeah. Like, people don't realize, like, getting to that number, like, one race win is awesome. 2, you're like blessed. And then if you go above that, anything above 2 in a season, you are like special. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, this is luck, and then if you get into that 5 caliber and higher, then it's like you're doing record breaking shit. Like, you're really dominating the sport. And then every once in a while you see someone that wins like double digits, like 10, and if you get 10 races that you win, think about how crazy that is. In NASCAR, how hard it is to win one race. Some guys go years without winning one. Yeah. Bro. Jesus. That's nuts. That is crazy. Talk about consistency. Like, even if you were going to get 17 top 5s and 25 top 10s and 50 races, you're like, dude, that's crazy. But we're talking about he had those 17 top 5s, 25 top 10s, 5 wins, and that little amount of races. That is mind-blowing. And I imagine if we look up, anything from Petty to, Dale Earnhardt, or Jimmy in their prime and what they did in their best seasons, it's even more mind-blowing than those kind of stats when you're talking about, like, possibly the 3 best. So, oh, okay. Wheeler Yuta got pinned. Okay. All right. Houston 5, Dodgers 4. Now we're in extras. And then we got 26 laps to go here in Nashville. Like, it's just crazy. I think people forget history and how hard it is, to win races. And, sometimes it is about your crew chief. Like, if people act like the pit crew don't matter, or the crew chief doesn't matter, or the manufacturer brand doesn't matter, team you're on doesn't matter, that fucking shit matters. Sharing information, and being on the elite team like Hendrick, you have an advantage, because think about it. If Bowman wasn't with them, do you think he would be as consistent as he is? Hell no. He'd be way further back. So, even though he's talented, but not as talented as the other 3. Yeah, and that's the crappy thing too, is like when you can have a lot of wins depending on when you get them, and then just maybe towards the end of the season just get a little off, and then you miss your championship. Like, you got too hot too early, and then for whatever reason the car or the driver was at fault, or other guys just you're great but they were better than you, or sometimes they had a better pit stop at the end of the race. You know how it goes, like how things can be super close. It's not like you're going to have a race where one guy dominates the whole race. I mean, we see some of those where it's like 1 or 2 guys are dominating 3/4 of the race, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. And those ones probably hurt the most too. I mean, imagine like leading, 200 laps out of 250, and then you lose at the end. But I mean, this is NASCAR, right? Things go in OT, and always expect the unexpected. All right, 22 laps to go. Yeah, but I hope the numbers and people, will start watching NASCAR a little bit more, or the people that are watching, will be able to come through, and we can get a little bit more of a boost, with having, the graphics of, the information, and, being able to kind of flip things around. It doesn't always have to be our standard view. We can flip things and break shit down and figure things out on a different camera angle or level. Because I mean, I could do baseball, but then it's like if I'm going to be doing like 4 baseball games or 5 or 6, and then no NASCAR at all, it's like, I want to at least be able to have something different. It's like when you go eat, you don't want to eat burgers every day. Like you can love burgers, but sometimes you want Chinese food, or you want Italian, or you want sushi, or you want to flip it up with breakfast food. I need to get my nice balance of wrestling, NASCAR, and baseball, but not too much of just one thing. But if I was obviously going to choose NASCAR, baseball, or wrestling, what I would want the most of would be wrestling. And then, obviously I appreciate the NASCAR and the baseball, but it's not as much as wrestling or college football or NFL. But it's definitely good that I appreciate it, and that it definitely helps you get through, as a fanatic, until we get to football season, having things that can take our focus away of football, NFL, and college, for a couple more months. Even though it's just like, come on, everyone is waiting. It's just like taking forever. I mean, I actually just kind of feel sorry for the people that hate baseball, NASCAR, or, didn't want to invest in NHL, NBA, or anything. Or if they're not even a wrestling fan, like if you only are football, man, I mean, you're in bliss and you're in heaven for about, 4 months, 5 months. But then what about the other, 7, 8 months after? You got to be able to have other things that keep you preoccupied. And then if you have passions for the other things, then it makes it, not as exciting as maybe NFL or college football, but at times it can be. I guess it just depends on how much you love baseball, or you love NASCAR, or NHL, or NBA. Easy to love wrestling and football to me. NFL, college football, NFL, wrestling, easy to love. Easy to watch, easy to love, easy. The others are difficult. You have to have some kind of extra, reason to go out of your way to watch these things. NBA, college basketball, NASCAR, NHL, MLB. There has to be some kind of connection. Let's go. Yeah. I invested in the Jeff Gordon autograph card from, early in, 93, 94. It's a Trax. And if I sent it in to get graded, I probably could get a 9 or a 10 on it. I mean, it's perfect. And he's got the mullet, really cool signature. Baseball, NASCAR, F1. Yeah. And it's not only football, NFL, and college football, also fantasy football. That's another cool thing about that time period. Some people do the fantasy baseball, fantasy basketball. I can't do it. If I'm going to do fantasy, I'm only going to do one league, and I'm going to, just go all out in that one NFL fantasy league. All right, 15 laps to go. Ross, let's go. Chase Elliott in 4th. Let's go. I haven't been able to even use a lot of the Chase Elliott things that I would love to do. Looks like if I would have done this Astros Dodgers, it would have been a good decision.
They introduced some soul searching before they went qualifying, and they think they found a little bit more in the 20 car, and they certainly did. He started 20th and was running up in the top 5, but it hasn't been good the second half of the race. He's 7th.
For the 43 of Eric Jones, Van made no adjustments on that race car in the last stand.
This might be destiny. Again, you never won the pole. Right, you cried. You have a lot of passion for the sport. You are the villain, right? But sometimes the villain needs to be rewarded with the award at the end. Especially if they're really fucking good, right? And I feel that you got to have a good car, but who's motivated? Who's the most motivated? And you get motivation on top of winning your first pole. Like winning this race, I think to him would mean more than any race that he's won up to this point. Because it's just like completing it. I got the pole for the first time, and then, it just wasn't a fluke, and I didn't win the race, and I got 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Like, you got the pole, and look what I did. The first time, it's like, you're getting the first for a legend driver. You're watching history kind of like in the making. It's like watching that rookie, do something special, or that 2nd-year guy or 3rd-year guy, and you can kind of see the greatness. It's like the aura is there, except the final accolades of a championship aren't. But it's like you can kind of see the foreshadowing on the wall. Like it would be very possible, and plausible to think that this is the next, superstar in NASCAR. I mean, because if you already got Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson, I mean, who else would you put up there at fifth? I mean, I can't think of one other person, I mean, besides William Byron this year. But if we're looking long-term, who's going to be long-term more, consistent, William Byron or Ross Chastain? I mean, it could be William Byron, and I hope it would be. But I would, if I had to put my money on it, I would probably assume it will be Ross Chastain. But again, if William Byron wins a championship this year and then he's able to follow up in the next 5 or 6 years and win another one, then William Byron goes into a whole nother conversation about, who's the best. You got, Kyle Larson, you got Chase Elliott. But if you get that third wheel and William Byron to be like, whoa, look at me. Like, you guys are talking about these guys. I'm the number 3, but hey, I can be number 1 too. And then you're going to be seeing like dominance that like no other. Because if that happens, Alex Bowman at some time will be out, and then they'll try to get someone to fill that role that'll be just as good as William Byron in the 4-hole. And then you'll have 4 superstars on one team. And I don't think we've ever seen that before. So it's like they're on the cusp right now of having 3 and then one that's like above average in Bowman. But no one thinks Bowman can really do anything long term. But if you can upgrade that spot, then the whole fucking NASCAR is in trouble at that point. Yeah. 6-5 Astros. Boo. Still going in extras in the 11th. Right. But sometimes people don't want to admit it. Like, it's like you have your favorites and, Chase is coming, and then it took Larson a couple second places and then he started winning races and looked pretty good, But if you're really looking at like the dominance factor, definitely, even though that, after Larson was winning some races early and then, Kyle had some success, Larson, but it just definitely feels that, sometimes the third best in the group, can be first. And if he can complete the championship this year, and then anything he does beyond this year, then it takes him into a whole nother stratosphere of champions, and it's like, I don't know if anyone really saw this coming. And then Chase got hurt. And then coincidentally, I mean, even if he didn't, it looks like Byron was still, you weren't going to drop one to Chase per se. I mean, when he's been on, he's been really on. Yeah, 3-3, right? And then what does Larson have? 2, right? I mean, there's like 3 and then 3 and then like 2 and then 1 for some of the others. Ross Chastain. Public enemy number 1. Like I said, I think internally this one means more than anyone that's racing, and he just wants to complete it as like a memory. It's like, I got it and I completed it. It's like you don't want to be able to get all these poles and then never win. If you really want to show, or it's like, those guys that end up doing the Xfinity race, they win there and then they win on the cup side, and then if they do that, that's got to be a cool feeling too, when you can like sweep the weekend. It's like, boom, I won the fucking Xfinity, I got the pole, and I won the fucking cup race, and you're only going to usually see like legends do shit like that. All right, 4 to go. Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, and Larson. We got him in the top 5, both of them. We got them both in the top 5. But Ross is just too Rossy. Getting Uzi, getting Rossy. Sometimes emotion has something to play. You got to have a good car. You have to be a good driver. But who's got the extra motivation? As long as the race is clean and there's no crazy wrecks. And these ones have a lot of spacing. It's not like we've had, 10 or 12 or 15 cautions and wreck after wreck after wreck. There's a lot of space in between the cars here. This is now Ross's to lose. Come on, Ross. No, I don't mind Martin Truex Jr. ever winning a race or Denny Hamlin, but if it's between those 3 and Chase and Larson have no shot, give me Ross to complete the journey for the memory. Let's complete the journey, baby. Why not? Sometimes villains win. Truex is, the only other option. 1 lap to go. Ross is too fast. He had the best car. You know what I mean? He won the pole. And like I said, if you watched him, his car looked different. And like I said, it's like Ross, like I said, he's starting to butt into a superstar. And like I said, this is kind of his breaking out moment, I feel. You know, a lot of people knew that he was crazy and he was good, but they don't realize how many top 5 and top 10s that he had last year unless you look it up, right? And then now doing this, it looks like it's a little thing to a lot of people, but this is a big thing. Let's go, baby. I love it. I love it. I love it, man. And I understand how big this is for him. Like, he's going to be super emotional. Like, you know, it's like we're starting the greatness. I'm showing you, this is it, you know? And you got to think, if Ross can win poles and then he's known for winning races when he wins poles, then that puts him in that like Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, you know, and that other category. Because, you know, back in the day when you had guys that won poles, a lot of those superstar guys, they're going to win the race. You know, that's how it goes. And you're not going to do it all the time, but this is awesome. And like I said, besides Chase, I think Ross, like I said, is my 2. You know, he's my second favorite. I really enjoy, you know, I understand, you know, if he's wrecking your favorite driver, you hate him and whatnot, but I like the heels. I like the villains, but the best part about him, small team, you know, obviously him with the, you know, Daniel Suarez, Trackhouse, you know, not with Hendrick. Special. Oh man, this is huge. And you'll hear Dale and you know what I mean? Like, I think if you just break down people and know people's personalities and whatnot, and you know, it's like, I haven't met Ross, but I've seen enough interviews and seen what he's about. Yeah, this one is going to be very, very special. Lightning McQueen, that is number 1. I definitely agree. Good job. Oh, Ross Chastain, baby. He's been close, winning some races this year too. I love this, man. You know what I mean? It's like people don't appreciate people a lot of times, you know. That's what it's about, baby. It's okay, man. If you just pay attention to things, it doesn't have to be your favorite, but just to even have conversation or just know what's going on. You know, it's like you weren't really into the baseball. Now you're, you know, it's just being able to keep yourself, you know, preoccupied before football. So, you know, and if you're already going to be doing the baseball thing, what's looking up one other thing, you know? Let's go, baby. It's good. And like I said, I feel like I'm a good gauge of talent, you know, and like I'm, you know, just evaluating talent no matter what sport it is and being able to see championship, you know, like capabilities before some people see them. You know, it's like sometimes it's, you know, who they are, what they're about, you know, and, you know, certain guys can have a bad reputation, you know, like Rasheed Wallace, you know, with all the, you know, fucking technicals for just looking at a ref, you know, instead of actually doing anything. You know, it's like, yeah, there are some moments where definitely, you know, Rasheed Wallace did shit that was fucked up, right? And Ross Chastain has been reckless. Bang, that watermelon, baby. You know, he's done some, you know, reckless things, you know, to try to win. But a lot of times, you know, he's really skilled. Like, I don't think people realize how skilled he is as an athlete, you know, with the way he drives and, you know, his conditioning and just like, you know, it's his personality. It's so wild and crazy, kind of like a Tony Stewart. You know, it's kind of a very similar modern day Tony Stewart. He might not end up having the most championships, you know, like Jimmy and Jeff were around, but at the end of the day, you remember Tony Stewart. You either loved him or you hated him, but he was a cool guy. Home Depot 20. How many people went to Home Depot just because of him? Let's be honest. He was so beloved. People would just go to Home Depot because of fucking Tony Stewart. I know people did. And this is awesome. I love this. And I don't think this is going to be the last time you're going to see a poll and he's going to win. And that's, and like I said, I don't think a lot of people wanted to put him in the Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson level yet. And then obviously William Byron has been, great this season. But if you just look at longevity, year in, year out, moving forward, who's the new bad, thing in town that's going to be able to not only compete every year, but, is going to compete with guys that are Hall of Famers like Kyle Busch and Joey Logano, and then guys that have a long ways to go before they're done, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson on championships. It's very impressive. And I think it's going to rub off on Daniel Suarez, because you only know Suarez is only going to win so many races. I mean, it took him 6-7 years to get one, but very cool to see the track house and the small group. And they have a piece here, that could be like a Matt Kenseth, like a sleeper, like, you know what I mean? You never can count this person out ever. And I like that. And I like his attitude. And now just be a heel, you know what I mean? Like, you can still come across as trying to be kind of likable, but, just own it when you fuck up. If you're going to wreck someone, just own it, and you fight them. You know what I'm saying? Just can't act like you're innocent all the time when people know that you have bad intentions, like people will be able to read you and whatnot. But yeah, good pit crew, good crew chief, the most talent right there. I mean, it wouldn't even surprise me at one point if people try to buy him out of Trackhouse to join another group. Because could you imagine Ross Chastain replaces Alex Bowman and they have Ross Chastain, right? They have William Byron, Kyle Larson, and Chase Elliott. Who's beating that for? Nobody. Big. I love it. You like Byron? That's cool. What makes you like William Byron? Because I know you liked him even previous to this 3 wins and being great this year. What do you like about William Byron? Just the way that he came up? What's the connection with Byron? I think that's cool. Anyone can go for anybody at any point, but yeah. And I think this is one of those things, Ross at one point, he could be labeled the villain, and everything. But I think, being reckless doesn't mean that you're a bad driver, and there's a difference being reckless and being a bad driver, because you can't control the car, or you're an amazing driver and you decide when you decide to wreck someone because you know where to put the car at the right spot. I think people don't realize that it's not like he was shitty. Like, we're talking about a top 5 guy moving forward for the rest of his career. It's either you see it or you don't. So pretty special. You went to Lowe's for Jimmy, right? Shit. I mean, it's like when you have that connection, it's like Dale Jr. with the Budweiser. Who's to say if you were a Dale Jr. fan, you didn't buy Budweiser, not necessarily to watch the race, but maybe that was a part of the routine and that's how much love and support that you get, from the NASCAR community, just like other brands, if it's something that you appreciate, that you're going to do that. I know I did. I'd be lying to say if I didn't go buy Budweiser, 12 rack or 18 rack, every once in a while. That right? Because you think about it, he's the next big thing. So if you got Joey Logano and Kyle Busch, separate, on their teams and their legends, unless you're pairing up, Ross Chastain with, a Kyle Busch or with a Joey Logano together, if you could pair like Joey Logano and Ross Chastain together, then that would be a pretty fearsome duo, based off talent. But pretty cool to see. Hopefully it makes Suarez better. This is and like I said, and with Ross too, he's such a good talent, like the other 4 guys that have won championships already, Busch, Logano, Larson, and Elliott, that he's a guy that I don't know if you guys think so or not, but when I look at him as a driver in the car and the crew, he's a guy that can win 1 to 5 races every year. He's got like that kind of talent. And I wouldn't even say that about anybody unless it was Logano or Busch, or Chase or Larson or this year Byron. But it just feels like he's one of those guys that if he doesn't win more than 2 races, it's a bad year. And I like that. It's like he's not just trying to win 1 and get in the playoff. The guy's trying to win as many as he can, 5 to 10. Like you have goals like that. Yeah, you might fall short sometimes, but you're probably going to end up, winning more than you think. Pretty impressed. Jeff Gordon with the 24 car. Yeah. 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 And even if he wins the championship, he's not going to be braggy. It's not who he is. He doesn't have to be. But if you really look at it, even with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, they're not like crazy loud personalities, more like Bubba Wallace. And you'll have other people that are a little bit more loud. Kyle Busch. There's certain people, Joey Logano will kind of be a little mouthy. There's certain guys that are out there that are a little bit more. And then I like with the Hendrick crew, they're a little bit more like laid back. You don't really hear them chirping and talking shit. It's more like we're Hendrick, we know it. Well, there's no reason for us to chirp and talk shit. And obviously with Jimmy and Jeff, they kind of let the W's speak for themselves. You know what I mean? But that's cool. And it's cool like how it gets passed down from number, car. The 24 is special. 24 is special to me too. Ken Griffey Jr. Right. But if you think about it, Ross Chastain, he's like the Dennis Rodman. He's like the Draymond Green. He's the guy that is the emotional leader, that could like spark things up a little bit, Sometimes you got to have that. Yeah, the Astros won. To boo them.
Said, how's the weather? And he said, I'm putting criticize. He did not answer the question. He went off.
Let's go. I like being able to see history, being made, as we're watching it. Sometimes you just need to be able to speak it, the significance, if you can look long-term and see like long-term significance, and like I said, that's why I think I break down sports and certain things a little deeper, because I'm always looking at it at a deeper level, not just the obvious, but like winning a poll first time, not that, most people, who cares, right? But in this situation, never done it before, is the new big thing. And then compiling it with a win, this is going to bring a lot of confidence. And you automatically know, right, that this is not the last race Ross is going to win this year. Automatically, this is big. And then at one point he's going to be winning like 3 races or more almost every year. And then if you still are hating on him, I mean, you really got no reason. But good for Trackhouse, man. You know what I'm saying? If you got a team that's small, you know what I mean, and one guy's been driving for 6-7 years, finally got the first win at like Sonoma last year, and is only going to win races, maybe 1 a year, sometimes win none, but Ross he's got a chance to be, something really special like those other 4 that are going to be Hall of Famers. I honestly think if he can stay healthy and he can just stay motivated and stay true to himself, Ross Chastain could be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. That would not shock me one bit. Look at the wins. Byron, Busch, 3-3. Larson, Truex, 2-2. Ross now with 1. Denny, Reddick, Blaney, Logano. Logano's going to get more than 1 as well. Him and Ross are due for a minimum of 2 or more. Bell with 1. Stenhouse with 1. Harvick doesn't have a win yet. Big Bad Brad, Buescher, Bubba, Suarez. And any of those guys, Harvick, Keselowski, Buescher, Wallace, or Suarez could win one. And they got Bowman, Gibbs, Allmendinger, McDowell. Yeah, but Ross might, catch up to them. Same thing with Joey Logano, just because they're at 1. But it's like, certain people, if you're a top 5 driver, you should be able to win 1 to 5 races a year. And if you're really, really good, 5 to 10. You know, that's just how, you know, that's where I would put him in the pecking order. So, no, because I think that at the very end, you started to see like the talent, you know, just sometimes it was like a bad pit stop, or maybe it was just, you know, the car wasn't good. A lot of times, you know, it's the car, it's the pit crew. Yeah, it can be the driver fucking up sometimes, you know what I mean? But when you see guys that are late in their career and then things start, you know, working again, you know, it shows you maybe it wasn't Martin Truex himself. Maybe it was, you know, the crew chief. Maybe it was the car. Maybe it was bad pit stops late. There's a lot of factors, but I think it's cool to see him doing well. And he definitely shouldn't have even have thought of retirement unless he, you know, just lost the love of NASCAR. Truex Jr. could race for a hell of a lot longer, you know, long time if he wants to, you know. I mean, shit, you could be, you know, in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, you know. Yeah, I think it's cool, but yeah, it is surprising that, you know, he's this motivated, but the team is working together, and you know, he probably should have made the playoffs last year. Honestly, if you really look to see how he was finishing late, he barely missed it. You know, so he was like peaking, you know, late, but just not enough at the right time, and then the momentum, you know, was starting to, you know, after the season ended, he kept that momentum and that high positive energy there, and it's led to a very surprising but cool thing for him. You know. That shows that he's a better driver than people think. Omega. Kenny Omega. That's going to be the best match of the night. Oh, now they're interviewing people. Denny finished third.
A third place car. The entire race, I thought
we got the Chicago race, right? Isn't the Chicago one? The road course is next week, I believe. Chase finished fourth. Larson finished fifth. So we did get that. And then Byron sixth. So you got all the Hendrick guys, bang, bang, bang right there. Kyle Busch finished ninth for Mike. So a lot of our favorites finished in the top 10. But I mean, look at that. Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr., Hamlin, Elliott, Larson, Byron, Bell, Jones, Busch, Allmendinger. So every once in a while, you will get the Bells and the Jones and the Allmendingers. You just never know, you know, that random driver that normally isn't not in the top 10 that just climbs up there sometimes.
We're trying a little more speed. That's what we needed. 9 more races until we get to the playoffs. You're already in the Kansas win. What do you need out of your weeks coming?
Yeah, and then also there's specialty tracks when they are, you know, so locked in on either like a short track or like a road course. You know, those people that are like experts in that one thing. So they know I can be ass all year, but if I can get that 1 or 2 wins on that like road course that I'm really good at, you're in the playoffs. So I think a lot of those guys know that too. So yeah, normally I don't know everything. That's for damn sure. But I you know, based off we had a last week made me like so lost. I was like, I need NASCAR, you know.
Just too loose in the long runs, you know. I can hang with
4th straight top 5 finish, you know, and that really shows you the pit crew is firing on all cylinders. That means he's got a top 5 pit crew, top 5, you know, crew chief right now this year. He's driving like a top 5. You know what I mean? He's. And when you're at the end of the career thinking I'm going to retire, it's like, well, you're way too talented. And if he retires, who the hell is going to take over for Bass Pro Shop? I can't imagine anyone else endorsing Bass Pro besides him. You're doing it for so many years, you know.
You came in the points leader. You'll leave the points leader. Is that a
Shit, no one knows, right? It's going to be exciting.
yeah, especially if we gained on them, you know, if we extended it, it's always good.
And then Atlanta.
It's a lot of points at the end of the regular season to get that, and a lot of bonus points. So
Yeah, Chase from there. Right, so definitely you would think, you know, have a good shot, and yeah, Byron too.
But you know, that's how these things play out. We just weren't quite good enough to be able to take the lead, and that was our issue. Just burning the rear tires off too much, getting too loose in all runs.
There you go, Martin Truex Jr. He winds up second. Denny Hamlin third. DJ, I can make an argument. I know Ross Chastain's winning victory lane right now, but the Toyotas have been
super talented. And again, you know, it's like if you're mouthy and you're you know, you're wrecking people and you don't care about people and you know you're just trying to do whatever it takes to win, but you're doing it the dirty way, you know, or you just can't drive. Yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? It's especially if your favorite driver is being wrecked by this reckless idiot. He's, you know what I mean? But like I said, the one thing that I think people failed to realize when everyone was talking shit about him is that, you know, I think he had top 5 skills, and I don't think people realize that, but they will.
Especially after we saw them on the road courses where they struggled mightily last year, how they're performing this year. There's nowhere they
Oh, yeah.
can go and be a factor in these races.
Yeah, Toyota seems
Yeah.
to be the only team that gets a look at a win every week. Every week in the Joe Gibbs organization, JGR seems to get that look.
Right. Because everyone's got their main brand. You know, because like we associate the brands with the drivers. Like I will always associate Home Depot 20, you know, to smoke, and with Tony Stewart, it'll always be that way. Like anytime I see Home Depot, like that shit was like 20 years ago, but still, you know, you'll remember.
It's a pretty good time, DJ, to heat up as well. Just 9 races left until the playoffs. So I'm sure the Toyotas will take that speed. They'll take that. Yeah, and you also
Nice car too. Good color.
Martin Truex extended his regular season points lead, and Denny Hamlin got another playoff point.
All right. Well, I'm gonna stay on probably for another minimum of 35 minutes to get it to. It'll be 8 o'clock, roughly my time, so 10 or 11. So, and we'll see if we get anybody else to kind of come through. We can go and look at photos of whatever we want to look at here at this point, and then you know, I'm gonna call it a night, and so, unless we get a bunch of people that come through and. You know, we go on some kind of dono train. So let me know where we want to go. If we want to go food or where we want to go here. But I'm going to delete some of these photos.
Just straight up great cars. Right from your phone to your driveway. Go to Vroom.com and pick your favorite.
But you let me know.
Oh, yeah, she digs it. Buy your car.
And maybe we can get on a little bit of a dono train. Some goats maybe can come in. We can have some good late, you know, conversation here just before we get into, and I will be able to record earlier Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we'll see what we decide to do.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt track to super speedway.
Need Chase to get a win. Top 10s and top 5s are nice, but when you're Chase Elliott, it's like a win or nothing. Same thing for Larson and Logano, for that matter. Hopefully Reddick can improve. Oh, Ross Chastain. Yeah, Trackhouse, pretty impressed.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk.
All right, I got to find something to put on unless there's going to be a little bit more coverage. Any more interviews or coverage or presentations? Osprey, Omega. It's crazy too, because it's like, you know, not like for a AEW championship or like a WWE championship, and it's shows you it doesn't have to be like the most popular, you know, or the biggest belt. You know, sometimes it'll come down to the best wrestlers.
Nashville SuperSpeedway, sold-out crowd got to witness Ross Chastain go to victory lane for the first time in 2023. But the guys who got to call it, Rick, Steve, Jeff, and Junior, man, that was a fun race, wasn't it?
Yeah, so much fun. And you guys mentioned it. The Toyotas really dominated. There were 3 cars. Between the 3 of them, they led 164 laps. Ultimately, you know, with Ross out front leading 99 laps, and the most important one, the last one. But it was a dominant performance by 3 guys and Ross.
Well, and it was a 108-lap green flag run to the finish. I mean, that's a long, long run with a lot of opportunity to make mistakes. And Truex, while he wasn't able to get that track position, he never really let Ross out of his sight. So Ross could see him in the mirror the whole time, working traffic. It was an impressive run and a different feel out of Ross. He was the same aggressive Ross when he needed to be, but no controversy. A clean race for the one car.
Yeah, Ross mentioned the, everybody being critical of him or some people being critical of him. To start the year, he had 9 straight incidences on track, and he had everybody kind of upset at him. His car, Justin Marks, came out and said, hey, he needs to do some work. And we all thought, a lot of people thought, oh no, we've slowed him down. We saw tonight he hasn't slowed him down. And I've been critical of Ross about being in so much incidents. What we saw tonight was just simple fast Ross. Just Ross was faster. He just went out there and outdrove guys, took advantage of the speed in his car. That's the kind of Ross Chastain that can win championship.
Damn right.
Track, Toyota has dominated. They just have not gotten the checkered flag. 3 races and 3 Chevrolets have came in here and gotten to take that guitar home.
Tell him, Dale Jr.
Racing that we've seen at Nashville SuperSpeedway. I can't name a track on the series that races this way.
Yeah, well, especially like I said, do you see that, like, the significance? It's like when you have a breakout superstar and he hasn't like won a championship yet. You have to look at the little W's before you get to the big one at the end. Like what little things are you doing to build up? And getting the first pole in his career. Just so happens hasn't won a race yet. Let's win it. Let's win it this weekend. Boom. And then what will this lead to? Will this lead to 1 more win or like 4 more wins? Will this be the championship year? Like it's interesting to see where things are going to go. But yeah, I definitely thought there was a couple people that had a good shot, but I just had that Ross Chastain kind of feeling.
Comes out. This is his day.
Comes down pit road. 3 tires. The restart, we had a big crash. Watch that 12 car down there on the inside. Brian Blaney off the brakes right there, trying to straighten it out. Hard into the inside wall. Shook him up just a little bit. Glad to see him get out. Talk to reporters. He's frustrated. They thought they were having a good race going. That hard hit the inside wall will end it.
Yeah, Blaney said after the infield here, said it was the hardest hit of his career. You see right there, Denny Hamlin barely beats his teammates to the end of stage 2. And then this is really when it all changed, right? Ross Chastain found something. The lights came on. The sun went down. He was able to get by the 11 and then kept the lead through green flag pit stops, through lap traffic. 108 laps, like I said earlier, that's a long run.
All right, how are you doing? Yeah, we just got done with this. I'm gonna stay on here for probably another half hour or so. I'm just waiting to see if anyone else hops in, and just doing some photos, chilling.
Was sort of the point where he was able to put a little distance between him and Truex, 3 lap cars between him and Truex, and then this is sort of where the gap stayed for the rest of the run. Truex complaining about losing the right rear tire. Ross drives to victory, his first at a true oval. Remember, he's won races at the plate tracks, he's won on the road courses. He's so happy to win on an oval and at Nashville, sort of the home base for Trackhouse. I'm sure Justin Marks is happy about this.
Oh, this is funny.
Well, we know Ross is happy about it. Plenty more NASCAR American post-race show presented by Progressive as the celebrations will continue. That Gibson Les Paul guitar in the hands of Ross Chastain. And the winner sticker. He's in the playoffs.
He is in the playoffs. All right.
The Subway Series is taking your favorite to the next level. Like the number 20, the Elite Chicken and Bacon Ranch. meals are rotisserie style chicken and double cheese. I love what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, gosh, I would love to be able to, man, so if I had an opportunity to watch. I mean, there's nothing else really going on. That's the last thing that's really going on tonight. Holy cow, 24-4, Florida beat LSU today. What are the chances of having that really high score with the Angels and one in college baseball at like the same time? That is weird. Well, let me know what you guys want to do for photos here. Like I said, I'll still stick around here for another 26 minutes, and if we get more people to come through, I'll stay longer, and we'll go from there. And we'll do a couple Mariner games and cover some other things. I'll watch a little bit of that College World Series and a couple freestyle streams. And like I said, we got the Nats and we got the Rays on Friday, like WWE pay-per-view Saturday. So at least that'll be something fun to look forward to. So there'll be some good stuff, and then we'll get a few more Mariner games with the scoreboard and stats and everything, and hopefully we can get a little bit of a spike there too. So.
Suit is like a special power. When I put on my suit,
All right, I gotta find something here. I'm gonna change the channel. All right, what do we got?
He asked, they'd be safe. I made what he wanted. Device capable.
Had all the rage in the semifinals. I think he's a huge asset that.
Crunchy sugar crystals. Greg, however, will never forget the homemade water.
All right, talk soon.
$2.99 strawberry shortcake snowball slush float. Sonic.
I always hear you kids talking about this is fire, that's fire. Okay, let me tell you.
All right, so it looks like on the NFL Network, the Super Bowl Classics has been a marathon. They have the Packers and the Steelers on right now, so that's what I'm watching. And then they have the Panthers and the Broncos next. So they got two Super Bowl Classics there. So that might be what I watch here temporarily. All right, Sarah, where do we want to go here for the last 23 minutes or so?
We don't make sense. We make chicken.
Maybe we can get here and start marking the fish right away. We're kind of spread out in the fog, trying to.
Tahini is as unique as those who enjoy it. Tahini, the irresistible blend of chili, lime, and sea salt. As unique as you. Tahini makes what's bueno more bueno. Tahini it.
Great moment here moments ago in the end zone. The NFL honored Staff Sergeant Sal Junta. Sergeant Junta recently awarded the Medal of Honor for his courageous actions in Afghanistan. He's the first living recipient of the Medal of Honor since the Vietnam War. And with that, we'd like to welcome the men and women in uniform serving around the world. Watching Super Bowl 45 in 175 countries on AFN, the American Forces Network. And we thank you for all you do. We hope you're enjoying tonight's telecast. I know Marcus Luttrell is in East Texas watching this game as well, and I'd like to say thank you to him as well. So would we all.
Okay.
We started our season off at Fox with a
Good choice.
we gave at our NFL seminar. I know if you're looking at this latest drive, the Steelers trapped by 18 now have cut it to Jordy Nelson. Out of bounds, just short of the 20. De'Aaron Fox pushed him out. How about that, though? The largest deficit overcome to win a Super Bowl, 10 points. It's been done twice. The Steelers trailed by 18. This just turned into a road game for Aaron Rodgers. The lane handoff to Starks. Kiesel makes the play. Now, typically, you go into a Super Bowl, Troy, you don't expect a ton of crowd noise, but the Steeler fans, like the Packer fans, really travel well, and the Steeler fans are making a ton of noise. Aaron Rodgers is having a tough time changing up the play at the line of scrimmage. Well, I know firsthand in Super Bowl 30, when they started out.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, you already know it. It's like Kenny Omega going in Moxley when they do their crazy matches. Like there's plenty of blood everywhere. The bloodier, the better. And it's like they're doing high risk moves off like top rope out of the ring, bleeding on top of that.
Challenging you with pressure, they're challenging you on the back end. Every single time you turn around, they have got guys physically in positions to make plays. Still a ball Jordy Nelson's got to make. Third down and 7. Rodgers comes down in the arms of Harrison. James Harrison just does not quit. The guy's been cut 4 times in his NFL career. He didn't quit on that one. Loss of 6 on the set. Short punt. And a bounce will it take. Good job by Antonio Brown to get it on the hop.
You don't need the same Duracell batteries that outpower Williams Racing. Until you do. Duracell is a proud partner of Williams Racing. USAA? Yeah, they have awesome rates on coverage for our car, home, and stuff. But they also have banking, plus advice, and other perks. OT's all set. At USAA. USAA, the military community, and their families. The Subway Series is taking your favorites to the next level. Hold on, Chuck. You can't beat the Italian BLT. You can with double cheese and MVP vinaigrette. Double cheese, yes, and yes. Man, you crazy. Try the refresh favorite at Subway today.
I never got a college degree. Now I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions.
My character Shazam.
That's my tag team right here. It's my favorite. Ah.
But you don't have to be a superhero to adopt a team for foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. This electric feels different. Because it's powered by the most potent source of energy there is.
Okada Danielson. We can do that. I'm kind of like, I want to watch that. I want to see how Okada wrestles him. It's like I want to see like how the styles will clash. The Rainmaker.
Now we just hope the buyer likes what he sees. What we got for Guthrie? 507 pounds. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Aren't you guys coming up? We'll take a look at it. That's good. Take a look. Thank you. Yay. Let's see what we got going on. Actually got a good amount of fat that went all the way through. Nice. Sure does. Yeah, looks it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice and oily, too. Just feel it. The color's pretty good. Nothing wrong with that at all. You know, these fish we've been seeing recently, you know, they're bigger, fatter, oily, you know. Good. We'll take it. See the core. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Oh, yeah. That's a really nice core.
Yeah, Kenny Omega and the Elite, you know, it's like I don't want them to be like forgotten. You know, it's like the greatness that they have, but it is something that they're always going to be popular with Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, but for like the Blackpool, you know, Combat Club, you know, for them being like a new faction and bringing these different personalities together, and then having the Don Callis and like the, you know, the heel turn, and, you know, joining this new faction, you know, because they're trying to build something, you know, kind of like Judgment Day. So it's kind of cool. It's a little, you know, like NWO. It's like a little, you're building your little faction and whatnot, you know. We just got to see what we get out of that. But this was the biggest signing for AEW besides Moxley. You know, that really set the tone. If you knew that two guys in their prime are going over there that are big, big names, you know, that's a good starting point. Oh, what's good? Just chilling. Just got done with the NASCAR race, and yeah, just chilling out. We're just doing photos now. I was just gonna stream for until we hit to the 4-hour mark to see if any people showed up, and then you know, just hang out, talk for a little bit, show some pictures, and kind of go from there. What's good with you, bro? Anything you want to see photo-wise or anything? I got Wicked Tuna. They got some new episodes coming up. That's like my thing on Sunday. It's a screamer. Wicked Tuna, extra real. Final countdown. Episode, season 12, episode 19. Season 12, episode 20. It's a screamer. Yeah, nice that we have a WWE pay-per-view this weekend. I'm looking forward to that. I'll have to look at the updated card to see what we're looking at too. What do we want to do? We want to keep doing wrestlers? We want to do food? What do we want to do here? Food, wrestlers, food. Oh, Shark Fest. Yes. I love Shark Week and Shark Fest. Now I got something else to look forward to. All about that shark fest and that shark life. That's what I'm thinking. I was like, we should do the food. We got the wrestling part done. Time for food. All right, what kind? What kind, brother? We need a starting point. We want like steaks or burgers or Mexican food or pizza or burgers, Asian food. Yeah.
Get a free ticket to see Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny when you spend $35 at Applebee's. Applebee's. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Does this happen to you? You get roped in with phone offers that fund you.
The Road Warriors Legion of Doom say burnt ends.
T-Mobile, introducing Go 5G Plus, the first plan that always gives new and existing customers the same
Brisket. My man.
2 years versus 3. Right now, bring T-Mobile your phone and get the amazing iPhone 14 on us.
Yeah, Chief has been sending me some food stuff that he's been getting. Some stuff that he's finding if it's like really, really good, but most of them are like things that he's got close by. It makes me jealous. I'm like, damn, that looks good. I mean, it could be something simple as like breakfast food, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I have all these like files everywhere. I think I just dragged a brisket photo into my Mets folder. All right, sorry Mets. We're gonna have some brisket and things.
Gives you the daily nutrients that form the foundation for your health routine. It's made with the highest quality ingredients, put through the strictest quality testing standards, so everybody can own their health. Start your journey at drinkag1.com.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You clock in for happy hours, like nights and regulars, because you don't just carry the kegs, you carry the night. You are a fighter.
I'll show you something expensive. What you know about that? Texas style Wagyu brisket. Might as well empty your wallet. But looks delicious. One slice, 1 month rent. Barbecue brisket sandwich. A brisket sandwich, dude. So good.
And encouraging messages of hope to help support nearly 300,000 patients facing cancer nationwide.
And it's not just a brisket, it's a brisket barbecue. Gotta have that.
More than a car company.
Oh, baby. Oh, I bet it has been. Just like I said, I told you, it's like these guys will go more, for the fans than anyone else, and they have great chemistry. So it's like you're watching Rock, Stone Cold, or Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. Like anytime they wrestle, it's going to be 5-star, and it'll be in the consideration of match of the year every time. They can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as long as they're still somewhat healthy. But every time they wrestle each other, they injure the fuck out of themselves. I'm about to injure myself on that brisket. That looks good. It's a screamer. Then these Wicked Tuna shows are just wild too. Like these guys will battle sometimes for like 30 minutes, sometimes like 12 hours. But it could be like a couple $1,000, but sometimes it's over 10,000 that they get after they take it to the buyer. That's like go fishing for a couple hours and boom, $10,000. Holy shit. He said, I mean, bon sub.
Great to have you back. Good to be back. Not a big one on. One thing that can go right, so many things that can go wrong.
Oh, hold up. Dude, look at this. What? Oh, this has got to be a record. One of the bigger ones. Bro. That's a brisket sandwich, too. Bro. 20-pound brisket sandwich in Brooklyn. We got the coleslaw and the homemade sauce in there. Bro, that would be delicious. 20-pound brisket. Get into my belly. 20-pound brisket. Like I thought we started it off, little burnt ends and some Wagyu brisket, expensive, and then little sandwiches, getting me hungry, and then we just worked our way up to 20-pound brisket. Okay. See, you're gonna see something brand new here every day, no matter who it is or what it is. It'll never be the same. Man, that is something. I normally I don't like take a double take too often. Oh, some of that brisket. Pow pow. A Georgia barbecue smoked brisket sandwich recipe with a little spice to make it nice. The little jalapeno. I don't mind jalapenos. I can't eat them all the time, but I like them, but I don't eat them all the time.
Yeah, let's bring it up. See what we can do for you.
All right, sounds good. Life can be an amazing journey. There's many, amazing, great things that happen to us, and unfortunately, though, there's those tough moments that we all have to walk through.
What do we got, BJ? What's the weight? Perfect size today, guys. 340 drafts.
This is a great showing, guys. My dad would have been proud of us getting this the way we did. It didn't come easy. Dad would definitely be proud.
Let's have a closer look, Dave.
All right, that sounds good.
Let's see what we got here. It's a nice one, guys.
It's very nice, I think.
Beautiful fish. It's not even totally cured out yet, and that's beautiful. That lighter pinkish color.
Yeah.
Beautiful cord. You guys took good care of it. This is one of the nicest fish I've seen this year. You touch that, you can feel the oil just when you touch it. This fish here, guys. I'm going to get you $22 a pound.
Well done.
Biggest price of the season. Joe. Nice fish.
My dad would be proud. We had a big score with this one. He'd be very proud of you. See if we can do it again, boys. All right?
You won't get back out there.
All right, sounds good.
Take it, boys.
Let's go. With my father's passing and us dedicating this fish to him, me and the boys will remember this.
20-pound brisket.
This one will always hold a special place in my heart.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't really matter which one wins or loses in that match. Same thing with Danielson and Okada, just as they're going to put on a match. It's like that's when it's good, where it doesn't even matter who wins. You could care less, who wins and who loses. It's like they're both great. So you already know it's going to be great when you have that. No egos involved. Like you're going out there and it's going to be awesome. So that doesn't shock me really. Cool. That's probably good for him, to get that on his resume, Blue gold, baby. Blue gold, baby. It's all about that blue gold. Wicked tuna.
It's a tight race with little over $5,000 separating the top 6 boats, while Wicked Pissa trails behind in desperate need of redemption. And late starter Badfish looks to add to their season total.
All right, we're at the 4-hour mark at this point, so I figured we just probably call it a night unless you guys want to, go on for a little bit longer. I can pull up any type of photos or anything you guys are looking at, but I figured this would be probably a good time to stop unless you want to hang out for a little bit longer, which I don't mind either. And then we'll be back tomorrow. I'll do Mariner games for a couple days, and then we'll probably do a couple freestyle streams, Fans Choice, and NW Sports Fanatics Live, a couple episodes of that, and then maybe one against the Rays on Friday. Then we got WWE pay-per-view Saturday. So it'll be a little bit of a mix of a little everything. So, but you guys let me know what you're thinking. But I'll eat some food, probably hang out with Paisley, and then we'll get back at it tomorrow. So, well, I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you to everyone that donated, commented, any type of support that you did for me. Definitely much appreciated. Shout out to Ross Chastain, man. Awesome to be able to see, you win the poll for your very first poll and then end up, getting the win. First of the season won't be his last either. That's always good to see. So I love you guys. I appreciate you guys very, very much. And we'll be live tomorrow at 6:30 for Mariners and the Nats. Hopefully we can beat them a few games here, and I appreciate every single one of y'all. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.